Growing up, I tended to play all types of different consoles. I was never a one-platform kind of guy. I went where the games were. If it was on PC, I was playing PC. If it was on Nintendo, I was playing Nintendo. If it was on PlayStation, I was playing Nintendo. I'm kidding. You get the point. The device didn't matter to me. It was all about the games. However, my first experience with games was on a PC. My family wasn't rich, but my parents always did their best to make sure my brothers and I had the things we wanted, even if that meant a little bit of sacrificing here and there. My dad used to work with computers and electronics. That was his trade. His job took him all over the place and gave him access to a lot of cool things. For example, demo discs. Remember those? My dad would get tons of those for free, and if you can believe it, that's how I played most of my games growing up. I'd play the demo of that game over and over and over again. However, my dad's job also put him into contact with others, and some of them would be computer repair people, guys who owned, computer repair stores. My dad could never hope to afford a computer, but he knew how much I loved games, so he would ask some of his friends for spare computer parts, and once he had enough, he sat me down and we built my first computer together. The thing was a mess of cables and mishmashed parts and would often break, but I'd be lying to you if that thing didn't mean the whole damn world to me. I couldn't tell you what parts were in it or even what the case looked like anymore, but thanks to my dad, I had my own PC and roughly knew how to build one. As the years went on, I'd grow, as kids often tend to do from time to time, and I'd find myself going to computer trade shows or flea markets asking people what I could get for like $5. They'd often laugh and wave the cash away and hand me just a bunch of junk parts, which I'd then take home and see what worked and what didn't. This led to a lifelong love of computers. I've never had a new computer, so to speak. I've always bought super old parts and cobbled together whatever I could, but I always had a PC. That changed one year when a cyclone, or hurricane, swept through and trashed my computer, my monitor, and a ton of other things in just a few hours. I was heartbroken. This happened around the same time I had just lost my PlayStation 3. I was broke as a joke, and getting a new computer, even a junk one, was out of the question. However, I did get a laptop which worked, technically. It was trash at playing games, but it did work, I guess. Beggars can't be choosers, right? Still, a few years later, I'd actually end up leaving Australia for America, where I'd go off to get married, and life was good. Life was actually better than good. It was bliss. I was a lucky man, my wife is the best, and... Wait a moment. I didn't write that part. Damn you, wife! I'm kidding, of course, but I wasn't joking about life being good. I had a job as a cook, and I had a little bit of spending money saved up, and my wife and I thought it would be best to once again bring a PC back into my life so I could play the upcoming Fallout game, Fallout 4. It wasn't a high-end computer. It was plenty of years old at that point, but the main thing was it could run Fallout 4 on a low setting, but still, I was a happy man. I got my hands on Fallout 4, installed that sucker, and I was ready to rock and or roll. And rock and or roll I did, pals. I ran across the Commonwealth, shooting raiders and stomping around in power armor, weighing dog meat down with about 60 desk fans and duct tape rolls. I was having an absolute blast. And then a few days later, I just stopped. I genuinely don't remember why I stopped, but I did. I think I was bored, but I don't remember why. Heck, I can't even remember what I moved on to. I hesitate to say Saints Row 4, but it might have been Saints Row 4 that I moved on to. The point is, I stopped playing Fallout 4. I didn't finish the story or anything. The years passed, as years often tend to do, and eventually I found myself getting curious about Fallout 4 again. I booted it up, played around with it some more, but again, I stopped. I lost interest. I don't remember why. I said at the end of my last video that I honestly couldn't even tell you what happened in the story because, again, I just can't remember. However, that all changes today. This isn't a video in which I ask, should you play it? Even though I will still ask that question and answer it, and it's in the thumbnail. But no, it isn't a should you play it, technically. This video is a quest, a mission, an epic journey in which I embark to finally finish this game. So sit back, relax, and come on an adventure with me. An adventure in Bethesda's 2015 release of Fallout 4. And let me just slap this spoiler sticker stamp on the screen, because spoiler alert, there will be spoilers ahead. Spoilers! It's shocking, I know, but there you go, just in case you worry about that stuff. Let's get into it! The world is at war. Alex has seen it firsthand. He fought on the front lines, but now that time in his life was over. He was now back home with his loving wife Nora and their newborn son Sean. Life, for all intents and purposes, was perfect. After spending an ungodly amount of time staring into the mirror, Nora and Alex were ready to start the day. After entering the living room, Alex was greeted by his new Mr. Handy robot, Codsworth. He had brewed up a perfect cup of coffee and even brought in the daily paper. Codsworth sure was handy around the house. Both Alex and Nora agreed on that. Alex sits down on the couch and watches the morning news, but not even a minute passes before the doorbell rings. It was a salesman who apparently had been coming by lately looking for Alex specifically. Alex greets the man and listens to his sales pitch. It seems Alex and his family had been selected to join the new Vault-Tec just installed in the neighborhood. All that had to be done was to sign a few papers and see just how special he was. Anyway, Alex didn't truly believe he or his family needed to be put in a vault. The chance of an atomic war was low, but hey, if it gives his family peace of mind, who is he to argue? Alex signs the papers and the salesman leaves. He turns to sit back down on the couch, but then Sean begins to cry. Codsworth tries to take care of him, but no, this job is for Super Dad Alex. Both Alex and Nora enter the room and calm Sean down. But as they discuss what they should do for the day, Codsworth shouts out from the living room, begging Nora and Alex to see what's happening on the TV. As the two rush into the room and listen to the TV, the news reporter in a shaky voice explains that flashes of light and explosions have been reported. Contact had been lost with other news stations, and now full confirmation of nuclear detonations in New York and Pennsylvania have been confirmed. After that, the TV cuts to static. The Great War had begun. There was no time to process anything, no time to pack, no time for anything other than to run to Vault 111. Alex, along with Nora, who was holding Sean, ran out the front door and into the neighborhood. It was a sight of chaos. People screaming, crying, and running. Nobody knew what to do other than to just run for the vault. It doesn't take long to reach that vault, and when they arrive, a group of heavily armed soldiers block the way forward. Alex approaches the gate and tells the men that they have a place inside the vault. After that, he lets them through and they continue forward. Eventually, they reach the vault entrance and stand alongside others who were allowed inside. Alex looks at his wife and child and tells them that he loves them, and then a bomb drops. Absolute horror washes over Alex as he watches the shockwave approaching as the elevator slowly descends. He was sure it only took a few seconds, but this moment felt like a lifetime. Thankfully, he and his wife and son were safe. But what of everybody else? Their screams still echoed in his ears. Inside Vault 111, everybody is quiet. The shock of what just happened is still fresh in their minds. Alex and Nora make their way across the vault. The vault staff smile and usher them around. Eventually, Alex and Nora are taken to some sort of strange pod and asked to hop inside. They say it's for decontamination. As they do, the door to the pod begins to close. Alex can see Nora in her pod across from him, and they both smile at each other as Nora cradles Sean. And soon, he closes his eyes. When he opens his eyes again, he feels like he's freezing. Alarms ring out and he can hear voices. He looks around, his vision blurred. Alex watches some scientist-looking people approach his wife's pod and open it. Nora, still holding Sean, is confused and asking questions. The people in the suits reach out to take Sean, but Nora refuses to let go. Soon, the people become more forceful in trying to take Sean away, but Nora continues to fight back. A man draws his gun, aims it at Nora, and pulls the trigger. She slumps back as the scientists in the suit take Sean away and close the pod back up. Alex bangs on the door to his pod, screaming to be let out. The bald man with a scar across his face stares directly at Alex and smiles before walking out of sight. Then, much like before, Alex closes his eyes once again as the pod begins to freeze. Alex opens his eyes once again, the alarms ringing loud. A voice on the intercom explains that there has been a failure and all the pods will open. Alex steps out of his pod, runs over to Nora's pod, and begins to try to open it by force, but he can't. He quickly searches around for some sort of release, and when he finds it, he hits the button, and the pod slowly opens, but it's far too late. Nora has no pulse. She's gone. Alex takes the ring off her finger and vows to find who killed her and took their son. Alex looks around the room at all the other pods, but everybody is also dead. He quickly puts together that Vault-Tec actually put all of these people, including himself, into some sort of cryogenic stasis pod. He continues to search around the vaults for the staff, but can't find anybody. But what he does find is a giant cockroach. He grabs a nearby baton and readies himself. He enters the room and kills the radroach. After slaying the vicious beast, he finds a skeleton wearing a Vault 111 jumpsuit. What was going on here? Where is everybody? Eventually, Alex makes his way to the vault entrance and takes a Pip-Boy from another skeleton and uses it to open the giant vault door and continue forward and up the vault elevator. As he ascends and reaches daylight, he finds the world has changed. Everything looks different. Everything looks dead. He can see Sanctuary Hills, his home. The neighborhood was ruined. Alex makes his way back to his home only to find Codsworth out the front of the house tending what's left of the garden. Codsworth is shocked to see Alex, but happy all the same. It turns out Alex has actually been in cryogenic stasis for over 200 years. Codsworth explains that the whole world has changed after the bombs fell. Humanity had almost been wiped out. Alex almost can't fathom what he's hearing. Just an hour ago, he was with his family. Life was good. And then bombs started raining down and he and his family ran for the vault, and now his wife is gone, his son is gone, and the life he once had is gone. After Codsworth and Alex take a quick look around the Sanctuary Hills, Alex learns that giant cockroaches are the least of his worries because now he has giant flies as well. Still, there's no sign of Sean or where he went. Codsworth tells Alex that maybe he'd find some answers in the neighboring city of Concord. So, it's off to Concord. Before leaving Sanctuary, Alex finds the remains of a raider. Alex worries he might get a sunburn if he stays in the sun all day, so he carries him into the shade and names him Steve. Rest up, Steve. Alex continues on his journey to Concord, but is stopped by a dog who runs up to greet him. This is Dogmeat. Dogmeat wants to tag along with Alex. At first, Alex isn't sure he should take Dogmeat along with him. I mean, it's dangerous out here. However, after an attack by a group of mole rats, he feels it's best to keep Dogmeat close by, especially after one of these mole rats tries to abduct Dogmeat and take him to his mother ship. It seems all mole rats are actually aliens, and I always had the feeling that we weren't alone in this galaxy. So praise the alien mole rats, praise them, or your Dogmeat could be next. Oh, jeez. Anyway, after a close encounter of the mole rat kind, Dogmeat and Alex arrive in Concord. The place has held up surprisingly well, all things considered. In the distance, sounds of shouting and gunshots ring out. Alex and Dogmeat get a better look and find a group of people trying to kill somebody else on a balcony. Alex can clearly tell, thanks to his super special eagle eyes that tell him who each person is, that these people attacking are raiders, and that means they're evil, so Alex helps the man on the balcony. The gunfight was over before it even really began. Alex and Dogmeat were victorious. Now, with a moment to spare, the man shouts out to Alex, begging him for help with the raiders inside the building. Alex does what Alex do and busts inside the building to show these raider scum who's the boss. He battles his way through each raider, showing no mercy to any of them, and eventually makes his way to the group of people who were trapped inside. We meet with Preston Garvey and another survivor named Sturgis. The two have a plan to get everybody out of here safely, but require our help yet again. The plan is simple. Go up to the roof, get into a suit of power armor, rip a minigun off a vertibird, and go full commando, mowing down anybody in our way. Simple, easy, fun. Both Alex and Dogmeat like the sound of that and agree to help. Alex gets into the power armor, takes the minigun, and E1Ms1 his way to victory. However, the E1M1 blaring from the power armor speakers lures a ferocious beast from the depths of hell itself, or the sewers, a Deathclaw. Now this beast isn't a fan of the original Doom music. He likes the updated rockin' metal beats from the new Doom soundtrack. And rather than agree that both soundtracks are awesome, he flies into a homicidal rage and Alex has no choice but to unload his minigun on the Deathclaw. The battle was tough, and the Doom guy would be proud, but eventually Alex slays his foe. Deathclaw 0, Alex 1. With the raiders now dead and the coast now clear, Alex returns to Preston and the gang. Everybody is thankful, and one of the group, Mama Murphy, tells us that if we want to look for our son, we should probably head to Diamond City, the biggest settlement in the Commonwealth. After that, the gang heads out towards Sanctuary in a long, drawn-out walk, just taking our time. Taking our sweet, sweet time. Anyway, we say hello to Steve on the way as we pass by. Once in Sanctuary, Preston once again thanks Alex for his help. If it wasn't for him, chances are they'd almost likely be dead right about now. He then tells him that he's a part of a group known as the Minutemen, a group which was almost entirely wiped out recently. They stood for freedom and justice in the Commonwealth. They'd help those who needed it and did their best to protect everybody. He then asks Alex if he'd be interested in joining up, and Alex agrees. After that, Alex runs around the town, helping everybody to rebuild Sanctuary, and after building a love shack for one of the residents named June, he remembers that he was supposed to be looking for his son Sean, and then Alex and Dogmeat quickly abandon the love shack and give Steve a delicious Nuka Cola on the way out of town and head towards Diamond City. The trip to Diamond City wasn't too eventful. Alex could barely recognize the world around him. It looked so different from how he remembered it. Still, it gave him hope to see people surviving and in some cases thriving. He followed the signs pointing towards Diamond City, and after getting scared half to death by one of its guards, he finally arrived at the front gate. There, he found a woman shouting at an intercom. It seems she got locked out of the city because she upset the mayor. This is Piper, a journalist here in Diamond City. Piper calls us over and asks if we're here to get inside the city. Alex tells her that he is, and she tells us to play along. Piper pretends that we're a merchant and here to do business. The guards don't want to get in trouble for keeping out a merchant, so they open up the city gate to let both I and Piper in. However, once the city gate is opened, the mayor of the city is waiting. He and Piper get into a bit of a heated screaming match, but eventually the mayor asks what we're doing here in Diamond City. Alex tells both the mayor and Piper that he came looking for his son, Sean. Both agree that he should head over to Valentine's Detective Agency and speak with the detective there, Nick Valentine. If anybody in the city could help us, it would be him. Diamond City is one heck of a place. Big walls to keep out raiders, plenty of food, water, and supplies. It seems perfect, and Alex can see why the people call it the Great Green Jewel of the Commonwealth. Of course, to him it was once a stadium, but still, the people here are nothing if not resourceful. Dogmeat and Alex do eventually find Valentine's detective agency and step inside. There, they meet with the agency's rather worried secretary. It seems Nick Valentine has actually gone missing himself. He was out on a case and hasn't returned yet. Alex needs this man's help if he's going to track down his son, so he offers to help the young woman. She gives Alex as much info as she can, and Alex prepares to head out to his last known location, an unfinished vault built into a subway system. However, as he's leaving Diamond City, he stumbles into a bit of a situation. A man has his own brother at gunpoint. It seems the man believes his brother is something called a synth. The man begs his brother to put down the gun. He screams at him, telling him he's not a synth. Still, the man refuses and is about to shoot his brother until the Diamond City guard intervenes by killing the armed man. Alex and Dogmeat have no idea what's going on, but it seems like from what little information he can gather about these synths, that they're some sort of robotic humanoids. And a lot of people here in the Commonwealth fear them because apparently they replace people for unknown reasons. But where do these synths come from? Well, it seems that they come from a place known as the Institute, but who or what they are, Alex doesn't know. For right now, he pushes all of that aside and continues to look for Nick Valentine. Alex and Dogmeat enter the subway and battle their way through some mob-like enemies and find the vault. We eventually find Nick. Nick here, as you might clearly be able to see, isn't human. In fact, he's one of these synth peoples we just heard about, or at least an early prototype of these synths. He seems like a really nice guy, so Alex just trusts him immediately. When he asks exactly what happened to him, he explains that he was involved in a case in which somebody's daughter was kidnapped. Only, she wasn't kidnapped as they thought. She had run away and become lovers with a local mob leader. When Nick came to help, they caught him together and locked him up. He's thankful to be free, and once Nick learns about our son, he offers to help, but what we need now is to get out of here. Nick, Alex, and Dogmeat battle their way through the vault. It's slow going, but they all manage to eventually make it out. Only at the exit is the mob leader himself, along with his runaway girlfriend. Alex talks some sense into the girl, trying to make her see reason. She eventually does and agrees to return home. After that, the mob leader just lets us go. And now, he's an owner of a lonely heart, and wants some time alone to write a song about that. Nick, Alex, and Dogmeat all return to Diamond City. Once in Diamond City, Nick once again thanks us for helping him escape, and also stays true to his word. He'll help us find our son. We tell Nick everything we can remember about the events of Vault 111. Being in cryostasis, our wife's murder, our son being stolen, and the man who shot her. Nick seems to know the man based on our description of him. In fact, he lives here in town, Kellogg. And the last time he was seen in town, he had a kid with him. The kid seemed to be around 10 years old, but could still very well be Sean. But that isn't all. Nick believes this kidnapping wasn't random. It was planned. From what he can tell, it seems more like the doings of the group we heard about earlier, the Institute. With this information, Nick, Alex, and of course Dogmeat head over to Kellogg's house. The front door is locked, but it isn't much of an obstacle. Once inside, the group gets to looking around and eventually finds Kellogg's secret room. The room itself, it doesn't offer much in the way of clues, but what it does have is Kellogg's favorite cigars. And using Dogmeat's keen sense of smell, we begin to track him down. Dogmeat leads us all over the Commonwealth. We get attacked by some super mutants with rocket launchers, mole rats, possibly of extraterrestrial origin, and at one point, a Yao Guai, but eventually Dogmeat takes us to a building where the trail seems to end. Nick seems to think Kellogg is still here inside this building. It's time to face him. Nick and Alex head inside the building while Dogmeat goes back to Sanctuary to hang out with Steve and probably play pranks on June in his love shack. Inside the building, the two encounter Institute synths. These things know how to fight and don't mess around. As Nillik? Nillik? What the hell is Nillik? Okay, Nillik. Hi, I'm Nillik Valentine. I'm here to help you find your kid. Nillik. Okay, well, alright. Nillik. Okay, as Nick and Alex progress deeper into the building, the speaker system crackles to life, and a very familiar voice rings out. Kellogg. He knows we're here, and he knows we want vengeance. Vengeance! He taunts us and tells Alex to just leave, but Alex isn't having any of it and continues further into the building. Eventually, he comes face to face with his wife's murderer, the man who stole his son, Kellogg. Kellogg tells Alex that what happened with his wife was a regrettable accident and that Sean is safe and fine and he's in the hands of the Institute now and older than we remember. He tells us to just let it go and move on, but Alex refuses. He demands Kellogg tell him how to find the Institute, but of course Kellogg refuses and sighs. He looks at Alex in the eyes and says that they've talked long enough, and now it was time to end this. And with that, the two start shooting it out. The bullets fly all over the place, and it's tough to avoid all the shots, but enough bullets find their way into Kellogg, and he goes down. Nick congratulates us on ending his life, and ending Kellogg's life, not Nick's life, because that would be kind of weird. Anyway, Nick suggests that we look around for any information we can find. Alex searches Kellogg's body and finds a computer password and some sort of brain implant. He isn't sure how the implant could work, but takes it anyway just to be on the safe side. Sadly, the terminal doesn't provide us with much help. It only confirms what Kellogg told us, and that Sean is indeed with the Institute. Alex slams his fist on the table and sighs heavily. Nick approaches Alex and apologizes. He knows the Institute built him, but he doesn't have any clue how to get in or even how to find them. But he knows somebody who might. Piper. If anybody knows anything, it would be her. And with no other leads to go on, Alex and Nick leave the building and head towards Diamond City. On the long walk back, Alex keeps thinking about Kellogg. He thought killing him would bring some sort of peace, but it didn't. He just wants to make sure his son is safe. That's all that matters now.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
So, you might be looking around a little confused, especially if you played Fallout 4 before. You might be wondering why I didn't bring up the introduction of the Brotherhood of Steel. There's a perfectly good reason for that. They broke. Not the airship section, that was fine and pretty cool, I must admit, but later on they broke. I couldn't progress down their storyline at all, so I just cut them out of the story. As you might remember, I've never actually finished this game before. This is pretty much my first playthrough. I have no real idea what the deal with them is. I mean, sure, I've had plenty of spoilers for it, but the more in-depth stuff, I don't know. I'm completely clueless on that. It seems like my bad luck with New Vegas followed me into Fallout 4. I did try to, skip around the quests and things, but that broke as well. The truth is, after messing around with it for a little while, I wasn't in the mood to bother with it, because if I was playing on a console, this bug is something, I mean, it's not fixable with console commands, so I just rolled with it. And while, yes, I am playing on the PC and I can just skip around, I tried it, it broke, so I just didn't want to mess around with it any further, just in case things bugged out again. So, like I said, I just cut them out. And that's all I have to say. That's all I have to say. Let's continue on with the story. Nick and Alex arrive in Diamond City and meet up with Piper. She is all for helping, but sadly doesn't have much info on the Institute herself. But talking with her does give Nick a clue. There's a place in the town of Goodneighbor called the Memory Den, where you can relive memories through a special device. Nick believes a scientist named Dr. Amari, who operates these machines, might be able to use Kellogg's brain to access his memories. Thankfully, we already have a piece of his brain, that weird brain implant thing we found. With that, Nick and Alex say goodbye to Piper and head over to Goodneighbor. Upon entering Goodneighbor, Alex learns firsthand how charming the little town can be. A guy tries to rob Nick and Alex, and while they both have the situation under control, the mayor of Goodneighbor, a ghoul named Hancock, shanks the would-be thief right there on the spot. And after that, Hancock welcomes us to Goodneighbor. What a lovely little place. Nick and Alex eventually find their way over to the Memory Den and go inside. There, they meet up with this Dr. Amari. She is, without a doubt, shocked at their request to look into the brain of a dead person, which is completely understandable if we're all honest here. Still, Nick explains the situation and she agrees to help. After taking a quick look, it seems she might be able to, for lack of a better term, plug the brain implant into Nick. Then using his brain as a host, we'd be able to use our brain to enter Nick's brain, which is actually Kellogg's brain, and then we'd be able to see Kellogg's memories. I probably could have explained that more simply, but there you go. It's risky, but both Nick and Alex are ready and willing to do what needs to be done. Dr. Amari plugs the brain implant into Nick, and he readies himself in the memory chair as Alex does the same. Soon, Alex's consciousness is transported into Kellogg's memories. Alex can now actually see Kellogg's past through his memories. We see his childhood, his young adult self, where he had a wife, him trying to have a happy life with his wife and now daughter, and then watching it get ripped away from him, and his descent into anger and depression. Alex can see Kellogg joining the Institute as well for the very first time, and even the very day he stole Sean and murdered Nora. Oddly convenient. And finally, we see him with a young Sean. What we can make out from this moment is that Sean is indeed older, as Kellogg himself told us that he would be, and that the Institute is actually able to use teleportation to get around. And that is why nobody has ever been able to find the headquarters of the Institute. Who knows where they could be? But there is one more piece of information that could be very useful to us, aside from the teleportation and Sean being older. Before we killed him, Kellogg was tasked with tracking down a scientist named Virgil, who recently fled the Institute. This Virgil guy is apparently hiding somewhere in a place called the Glowing Sea. When we exit the memories and tell Dr. Amari what we found, she suggests finding this Virgil guy for ourselves, because if anybody knows any more about the teleportation and the Institute, it would be the guy who worked for them. She warns us, however, that this place, the Glowing Sea, will be highly dangerous. It's filled with massive amounts of radiation. Still, that won't stop Alex. As we go to leave the memory den, Nick stops us and speaks with Kellogg's voice. He taunts us, telling us that he should have just killed us when we were frozen. When Alex snaps back at him, Nick seems confused. When questioned about what just happened, Nick has no idea and suggests that the two of them just drop it and move on. Nick returns back to Diamond City, and Alex heads home to Sanctuary. It's now time to find Virgil in the Glowing Sea. When returning to Sanctuary to pick up dog meat, Alex is stopped by our old pal Preston Garvey. He's heard of all of our good deeds across the Commonwealth and wants to promote us to General of the Minutemen. When Alex asks why, Preston explains that for many years the Minutemen have been on the decline and have been pretty much wiped out entirely. This we know already. However, he believes that together we can rebuild the Minutemen and turn them back into a force for good across the Commonwealth. He knows he isn't much of a leader and doesn't have leader material, but fully believes Alex is leader material. Alex thinks about it for a moment and agrees to become the General of the Minutemen. The first step in doing this is to retake and fix up their old headquarters, a place known as the Castle. Preston tells Alex that he'll gather what forces he can and meet them at the castle, and then he takes off running. Look at him go! So majestic! You go, Preston, you go! Keep on going, Preston. Alright, bye. At the castle, we find Preston along with 3 people. The 3 people he could muster. Good job. Good job, Preston. Oh well. Preston explains that the castle is now overrun with giant crab monsters known as Mirelurks. Alex suggests that they set up a firing line while he draws them out. Everybody gets into position, and the assault starts. It goes well at first. The Mirelurks don't put up much of a fight. However, when it seems like we've won, old Mama Mirelurk comes strolling out of the sea, and she's none too happy we killed her babies and wants to teach us a lesson. This was one heck of a fight. Alex has to bring out the big guns, but with enough bullets, his foe went down like any other. The castle is now ours. After doing a little work on the place, a member of the Minutemen approaches Alex. This is Ronnie Shaw. She was a member of the Minutemen in their heyday and has once again joined up to help. She explains that there was an armory here in the castle and only she knows the way to get inside, but of course is willing to help us get inside. So, after doing a little excavation work, exploring some passages beneath the castle, fighting one very upset robot, stripping the corpse of the old Minuteman general, and wearing his uniform, we finally gain access to the armory. This will help boost morale, and also help the Minutemen gain some big guns. Fun stuff. For now, our job here is done. Alex is now officially the General of the Minutemen, and even has the uniform to prove it. Maybe a bit smelly, but it still proves his rank. With his job now done, and before Preston can even find him again, Alex returns to Sanctuary, hops in his power armor, and heads off to the glowing sea with Dogmeat by his side. The trek across the Commonwealth was long and mostly uneventful. It took most of the day, and as night began to fall, Alex and Dogmeat could see the glowing sea in the distance. Its green aura danced across the night sky. It was an oddly beautiful sight. Beautiful, but deadly. The high levels of radiation is what gave the glowing sea its name, and it's clear to see why. As the hours passed and dawn's light first began to appear, Dogmeat and Alex reached the edge of the glowing sea. This was where the bomb dropped when he first entered Vault 111. Nothing remained, even after all this time. For Alex, this place was a reminder of all he had lost. The emptiness echoed his own inner feelings. Still, he pressed onwards, deeper and deeper into the glowing sea. Eventually, he found the very impact side of the... Oh, hello. What are you doing in here? Oh, jeez. I got it. This is the second video you've interrupted. What's your opinion on Fallout 4? Huh? Yeah? Whoa. What about the graphics? Do you like those? Yeah? No kidding. And where do you think it stacks up with the other Fallouts? Huh? Really? It's a bit of a controversial take. Yeah. I think you've just lost me a bunch of subscribers. Yeah. I love you. Can I get back to work now? Eventually, Dogmeat and Alex found the very impact site of the bomb. The levels of radiation spiked high, but in the crater's center was a small village. This was the home of a group known as the Children of Atom, who believed that within each atomic atom is a universe, and when the atom splits, the universe is born. Their god, Atom, is the creator of these universes, and that he was responsible for the Great War. Now, Alex, of course, thinks that these people are crazy. However, it seems Dogmeat became a believer in Atom's holy word. You see, as Alex was exploring the small, ramshackled village, Dogmeat found something. When Alex turned to see what it was that Dogmeat had found, he only sat, staring up at the sky. Try as he might, Alex couldn't see whatever it was Dogmeat found up there in the glowing green atomically charged sky. Still, Alex wasn't going to judge Dogmeat's newfound belief in the power of Adam. If this is what gave him inner peace, then so be it. Who was he to judge? While inside the village, Alex came across the leader there. She was thankfully able to point Alex in the direction of Virgil. It seems the fellow has been hiding in a cave nearby. Alex thanked the lady and began his trek towards the cave Virgil was holed up in. After killing a Deathclaw just outside the cave's entrance, the duo head inside. Inside the cave was Virgil, only he wasn't human anymore. He was a super mutant. It appears that this transformation into a super mutant was actually rather recent, but still, Alex explains the situation to Virgil and he reluctantly agrees to help. It seems that the only way to teleport inside the Institute was with the use of special frequencies and other techno mumbo-jumbo that Alex didn't understand. Thankfully, Virgil boiled it down. He must kill a synth, steal a chip from within its head, and have somebody decrypt the chip. But this wasn't any old synth Alex had encountered up until this point. This was going to be an Institute Corsair. These particular synths were made to carry out very dangerous missions. They were strong, hardy, and knew how to kill. These Corsairs weren't to be taken lightly. He also explains that the Institute was located underground, underneath the ruins of the old Commonwealth Institute of Technology building, or CIT for short. We need to go there and use a special tracker to find this Corsair. Virgil wishes Alex the best of luck, but doesn't expect him to return. Alex hops back into his power armor, heads back out into the Wasteland, because he had a Corsair to kill. When Alex and Dogmeat arrived at the ruins of the old CIT building, he used his Pip-Boy to track down the closest Corsair. The Pip-Boy picked up a signal and started to beep. Alex roamed the city ruins, listening to the beep get weaker or stronger, and it took a little while, but eventually he followed the signal to a really tall building. Outside the building, Alex could hear the faint sounds of gunfire within. Something was going on. When Alex and Dogmeat entered the building, they could see dead bodies around them. The speaker system turned on and a voice told everybody to prepare themselves as an intruder was inside the building. This was most likely the Corsair. As they progressed, they could hear the sounds of fighting always a floor above them. This was the synth, and he was always one step ahead of them. Eventually, they reached the top of the building, where the Institute Corsair was waiting. It had no idea who we were, but it didn't care. It attacked Alex and Dogmeat, and the Corsair quickly learned that it had picked the wrong two people to fight. With the Corsair now dead and its chip taken, the two amigos went back to Goodneighbor to meet up with Dr. Amari. However, while on their way there, they bumped into something strange. A man holding another man at gunpoint. Only this man he was holding at gunpoint looked exactly like him, down to the clothes and everything. Each man claimed the other was a synth replacement and were here to kill the other. Alex was able to defuse the situation enough to talk to each man. When Alex questioned the man held at gunpoint, he was able to lull him into a false sense of security. The man confessed he was indeed a synth replacement and told Alex to let him go so they could both kill the man so he could complete his mission. When Alex backed away for just a brief moment, the synth leapt at the moment and attacked the innocent man. Alex had no choice but to kill the synth. It was at this moment Alex was fully aware how dangerous these synths were. They'd kill without remorse and then take over another person's life. What were the Institute really planning here? It didn't matter right now. They had Sean, and that meant he was in danger. Alex pushed all the thoughts aside and continued on to Dr. Amari. When Alex and Piper, for some reason, Dogmeat must have gone on a pilgrimage to spread the holy word of Adam, meets up with Dr. Amari in the memory den and fills her in, she hits us with a bit of bad news. She can't help us. If she was dealing with a regular synth chip, she might be able to help out, but a Corsair chip was something else entirely. Still, while Dr. Amari might not be able to help, she knows somebody who might. The Railroad. The Railroad are a group of people who help synths escape the Institute. They do this by tracking down the escaped synths and giving them memory wipes, and then just giving them a whole new life and new memories. Dr. Amari has helped them out before, but has no idea where they are. She tells Alex that the only thing they gave her was a phrase: follow the Freedom Trail. She has no idea what that means, but does tell us that there is an old pre-war landmark with that name. After that, she wishes us the best of luck, and Alex and Piper leave for the Freedom Trail. Piper and Alex went to the local park to start their search. It actually didn't take too long to find what they were looking for. A bright red trail wasn't exactly hard to miss. Alex followed the trail, which took him to many historical landmarks, most of which he reminded himself he had to come back to and explore in full later. Spoiler alert, he completely forgot to do that, and by he, I of course mean me. Anyway, while on the trail, however, Alex did begin to notice something strange. Letters highlighted and numbers next to them. Thankfully, puzzles were Alex's strong suit, and after finding the second highlighted letter, he turned to Piper and said, "It's definitely a code." Eventually, Piper and Alex reached the end of the trail. It seemed to end at an old church. Alex and Piper entered the church and began to look around. It didn't take too long for them to find some catacombs and more strange paint seemingly leading the way forward. At the end of the tunnel, he found another path marker. Piper suggested to Alex that this must be where the code needs to be input. Alex agrees and turns the dial, locking in each letter as he goes. R-A-I-L-R-O-A-N-D. Railroad. Alex wasn't 100% sure how he felt about that. Either way, the secret door opened and Alex walked inside, only to find Piper on the other side. How on earth did she get on the other side of the wall? Piper is magical. Maybe she too is a believer in Adam's holy power and has some sort of holy power herself. It doesn't matter. Alex pressed onwards, and as he did, lights turned on, scaring him half to death, and a group of armed people demanded to know who he was and what he was doing there. Alex did his best to explain the situation to these people, that Dr. Amari told him he should seek out the Railroad in order to get their help decoding the Corsair chip, so he could somehow get inside the Institute and rescue his son. The lady, Desdemona, she didn't quite believe him, but decided to help him all the same. Desdemona led Alex to their resident tech head, Tinker Tom. He got to work trying to decode the chip, and you know what? He did it. That was easy. With the codes he needed to tune into the correct frequencies to teleport into the Institute now in hand, Alex left the railroad and returned to Virgil in the glowing sea. He gave Alex plans on how to build a special teleportation device, and after that, Alex returned to Sanctuary to speak with our old pal Sturgis. Alex asks him if he'd be able to build the teleporting device, and Sturgis tells Alex that he can. Now, it takes a little bit of doing to build this giant device. After all, something this complex has a lot of screws to screws, bolts to bolt, and flux capacitors to flux, but eventually the teleportation device was done. Sturgis does a quick once-over and asks Alex if he's ready to teleport inside the Institute, but he wasn't. Not yet. Something this momentous had to be witnessed by Steve, so Alex brought Steve all the way to the device, built him a chair, gave him a beer, and now with Steve here, Alex could finally get ready to do the big quantum leap into a bright light was all Alex remembered. Less than a second ago, he was in Sanctuary, and now he was inside the Institute. It worked. The teleportation actually worked. Still, this wasn't a time for celebration. Alex had to find his son. Everything in here was clean, bright, and sterile. It all felt cold and robotic. Funny, since this is where all the synths came from. As Alex progressed down the hallway, a voice spoke over the speakers. The voice introduced himself as Father, and he seems to know who we are and why we're here. He tells Alex he wants to meet face to face. Father welcomes Alex to the Institute. He explains that he thinks we may have gotten the wrong impression of the place, the people here, and what it is they do. He further explains that for over 100 years, the people here had dedicated themselves to humanity's survival. Alex is impressed by what he can see. It's unlike anything he has ever seen before, even before the war. As Alex continues deeper into the facility, he finds a young boy inside some sort of small room. The same young boy in Kellogg's memory, Sean. Alex is overcome with both joy and relief and tries to talk with Sean, but he seems confused. It's understandable, to be sure. Still, Alex tries to tell him that he's his father and he's here to rescue him. But Sean becomes distressed, scared, and calls for Father to help him. Alex tries his best to calm his son down and explain, but he panics more and more. Soon, a door opens and an older man steps through. Alex prepares to fight, but this man mutters some sort of code and Sean goes limp. This is the man who spoke to us via the speaker system. This young boy isn't actually Sean at all. In fact, he isn't even a child. This is a synth. The man once again introduces himself as Father, the leader of the Institute. But not only that, he is the real Sean, our son, all grown up. Alex can hardly believe it. He knew he was frozen, but the man standing before him is far older than he is. This was the small baby we ran into the vault with. Alex's mind swirls. He looks at Sean and asks why he was stolen, and Sean explains that the Institute's goal was that of perfection. They wanted to create the perfect machine. They wanted to create human-like synths, only there was one problem. Human DNA was corrupted and no longer pure. It had been changed from many years of exposure due to radiation. But they learned of a special vault, a vault in which all its residents were cryogenically frozen. They had never been exposed to the outside elements, and as luck would have it, this vault, Vault 111, had something very special. An infant, our son, Sean. The Institute jumped at the chance to acquire this child. This was exactly what they needed. They used Kellogg to retrieve the child and used its DNA to be the basis of all synthetic life. When Alex brings up Sean's mother, Sean explains that he had read the report when he was older and that her death was just sadly collateral damage. Alex snaps back and says that it wasn't collateral damage, it was murder, pure and simple. Sean apologizes for seeming cold and blunt. He forgets how short of a time it's actually been for his father. For him, everything happened in mere moments, but for Sean, it's been 60 years. Alex then asks about Kellogg, and Sean explains that he was useful to them for a long time, but had lately become more of a liability. He looks at Alex and explains that their meeting wasn't accidental. Sean felt that he might want a little bit of revenge, and if Kellogg was killed, well, a problem and a loose end for the Institute would simply go away. Alex then looks at his son and asks what it is the Institute is doing. Sean smiles and explains that the Institute is humanity's best hope for the future. The things they do here are for the betterment of everybody. Alex stops him and tells Sean that everybody in the Commonwealth doesn't see it that way. They fear the Institute. Sean only continues to smile and tell his father that the people fear what they don't understand and that the people have nothing to fear from them. He wants to show his father this. He wants him to join them and be a part of history. Alex, however, isn't convinced. He needs a little more time to just take in everything. Alex has seen some things out there and he isn't quite sure how he feels about the Institute. Sean understands and tells his father to explore the facility, talk to the people here, help them if they need it, and see for himself that they aren't the boogeymen of the Commonwealth. Alex does exactly that and takes his time to explore. He meets with various staff and scientists and really takes it all in. However, while on one particular terminal, he finds out about an experiment. He learns that the Institute kidnapped a man, forcing him to give them as much information as possible about him, his family, and their life together, before replacing him with a synth. Alex has met this family before. He's helped this family before. He knows exactly who these people are. That wasn't the most horrifying thing, however. The synth's orders were to carry out their experiments, and when it was done, to eliminate the family and anyone else tied to that particular farm and return to the Institute. Alex was at a loss for words, but he pushed those feelings deep down. He wanted to give his son the benefit of the doubt. He didn't know what he wanted anymore. Eventually, after exploring, Alex returned to his son. Sean wanted to show his father something. He wanted to show them that the Institute was aware of the railroad, and he knows that they want to free escaped synths. He knows that they view them as people worthy of freedom and respect that any other human has, but they aren't. Sean explains that synths are nothing more than machines. Their only purpose is to carry out whatever duty is given to them and nothing else. They don't feel emotions, they don't have free will, and what they believe, they think, or feel is nothing more than a defect in their code. He wants to show his father that these railroad people are misguided. He wants to show what type of danger an unchecked synth can do. The Institute found a synth the railroad helped free and memory wiped. This synth has gone on to become a raider who's out there killing innocent people. Sean is sending out an Institute courser and Alex alongside him so he can witness firsthand why mistaking synths as humans can be dangerous. Alex reluctantly agrees to help bring this synth in and heads out to meet the Corsair. Now, it doesn't take long for Alex to find the right place. The Corsair is right there waiting for him. The two trade words quickly and get to work. Alex has to admit that the location that this synth raider has set himself up in is actually rather smart. A grouping of ships and boats all tied together to create a very unique settlement. Shame it was in the wrong hands, but still, praise where praise is due. The fight across the ships was rough. Some crazy raider clown thought it would be a great idea to use a mini nuke here. I mean, I guess if the goal was to keep out attacks, it worked. Alex had no time to react when he heard the telltale whistling sound and, well, let's just say he was cooked to nuclear perfection. Toasty! Eventually, Alex made his way up to the top of an overturned ship where the synth raider was hiding. Alex tried his best to talk the man down, come to some sort of peaceful resolution, but the Institute Corsair had other ideas. He activated the vocal kill switch, shutting down the synth, and once that was done, the two teleported back to the Institute, leaving Alex and Dogmeat, who had come back from spreading the word of Adam, on their own. Alex teleported back to the Institute and returned to Sean. Sean had heard that the Railroad was planning to rescue a group of synths that had recently escaped the Institute. He, and indeed all of the Institute, feel now is the best time to deal with these escaped synths and the Railroad as a whole. He wants us to travel to a place called Bunker Hill, where the Railroad is hiding these synths, sneak in, and return their stolen property. Alex tries to tell his son to just let it go. It's not important. But Sean asks him how he'd react if somebody stole something important from him. Alex looks at Sean in the eyes and replies, telling him that he knows exactly what he would do. Sean smiles and nods, and with that, Alex once again reluctantly agrees to help out and sets off. When Alex meets up with another Corsair near Bunker Hill, he gets a rundown of the situation. They're to both sneak in and teleport the synths out. Simple, right? Wrong. As they were talking, gunshots ring out in the distance and vertibirds are heard approaching. The Brotherhood of Steel was here. For what reason, Alex had no idea, but they were not playing nice. The whole area was a battlefield. Bullets and lasers were flying all around. Railroad and Brotherhood members were fighting each other in a chaotic fight. Both the Brotherhood of Steel's best and the Railroad's best were here duking it out. Alex and the Corsair ran across the battlefield, targeting only those who shot at them, and sadly, a lot of those shooting were Railroad members. Alex took no pleasure in killing Railroad people, and he questioned why he was even doing this in the first place. It was slow going, and many were killed on both sides, but eventually the two found the terrified synths. Alex approached them slowly. He looked at one of the synths, and the man was beside himself with fear. He said he had caps if Alex would just let him go. Alex was confused as the man handed every last cap he had, 60 in total. He pleaded to just let them all go. They wanted nothing but to be free. Alex looked at them, and in that moment truly realized that these synths, these people, were afraid of him. Alex had killed innocent people to get here, people willing to lay down their lives in the defense of these people. This was all wrong. What he was doing was wrong. His son was wrong. Alex turned to the people and told them that they were free. He told them that he was letting them all go. This angered the Institute Corsair with him, but Alex didn't care. He turned on the Corsair and killed him without a second thought. The synths were in disbelief as Alex walked out of the room. They thanked him, but their words were just an echo to him. The only thing he could think about was a question he repeated to himself. What have I done? Alex returned to Sean, who was waiting for him on top of the old CIT building. Sean turned to his father and explained that in all the years he's been with the Institute, never once has he been outside of it. He never had a reason to do so, but now looking around, he believes that this world has no future and isn't worth saving. All that matters is the Institute. Alex looks at his son and shrugs with a smile. He tells him that life isn't so bad here. The people hope of a bright future and were doing their best to create that future. Some are flawed, yes, but that is life. It isn't flawless, it is flawed. That's what makes it beautiful. Sean slowly nods as he looks into the distance, perhaps half listening to his father. He explains that, in truth, he'd always been thankful that he was spared a life in this wasteland. He turns back to Alex and tells him that he knows for his father, he was kidnapped, but to him, he was saved. Sean continues that he freed Alex from Vault 111. He wanted to see what his father might do. Part of him truly believed his father wouldn't even survive, but at the same time, he hoped that he would fight, stay alive, and find him. And if he did, would he love him? Alex stops his son and tells him that of course he loves him. Sean smiles and nods. He finds it remarkable. However, Sean turns away from his father and asks what exactly happened earlier at Bunker Hill. Alex explains that he set the synths free. He tells his son that they were afraid. Sean turns and snaps at his father. He tells him that they're just machines. They don't feel fear. They're artificial. Sean asks how he can even trust his father after something like this. He explains that he had hoped his father would share the same ideals the Institute holds. Sean looks at his father, looks Alex in the eyes. Sean tells him that there is no room for sentimentality, and if he isn't with the Institute, he is against them. He warns his father to stay out of their plans, and after that, teleports away, leaving Alex alone on the rooftop. He had lost his son all over again. Alex continues to just stand in silence, blankly staring across the skyline. A few weeks had passed since the incident at Bunker Hill. Alex spent that time keeping his mind busy by taking his role as General of the Minutemen more seriously. He traveled all over the Commonwealth, helping settlement after settlement with their problems. He even helped Steve when he was stuck up in a tree. Silly Steve. He also went to Far Harbor on a case and Nuka World for a vacation. Life was, for a lack of a better term, getting back to normal. However, that was all about to change. When returning from helping a settlement out, Preston tells Alex that something big has happened at the castle. The Institute was planning a full-scale attack on them. Alex and Preston quickly went over to the castle. When they arrived, it was not a moment too soon. The attack had begun. Wave after wave of synth troops threw themselves at the castle's defenses. Each time they fought off one group of synths, another would teleport in. It was absolute chaos. Thankfully, after what felt like hours, the synth troops stopped coming. The Minutemen were victorious. The cost of that victory was high. Many people died, but their sacrifices weren't in vain. Old Ronnie Shaw approached Alex and congratulated him on their victory. She explained that these attacks were just going to keep on coming, and they had to deal with the Institute here and now. She tells Alex that Preston might actually have an idea about how to do that. When speaking with Preston, he tells Alex that they had found an abandoned tunnel leading into the Institute. If Alex was able to sneak inside and activate the transporters, he could teleport a group of Minutemen inside the Institute and they could launch a counter-strike. Alex sighs heavily but knows what must be done. Preston continues that with the troops inside, they'd be able to fight their way to the reactor room and set it to blow. After that, he wishes Alex the best of luck and Alex heads off. It doesn't take too long for Alex to find the long-forgotten back entrance to the Institute. It was an old water pipe used to cool some of their base down. Alex swims inside the pipe and eventually makes it inside. He carefully makes his way around the old tunnels and is eventually able to find his way to their control room. He turns on the teleporter and teleports in a small group of Minutemen, including Preston and Sturges of all people, into the base. The small group make their way across the Institute. Synth troops try to stop them at every turn, but they were no match for the likes of Alex and Preston and whoever these two are. Let's just call them Mary and Vlad, I guess. It doesn't take long for them to wise up to our plan, and they lock one of the doors in our path. Alex tells everybody to hold their ground until he returns. Slowly, he makes his way up the winding corridors and eventually ends up in Sean's room. Alex puts away his gun and slowly walks over to his son, who's in some sort of strange device. Alex looks at his son and asks if he's sick, but Sean doesn't hold back his contempt. He tells his father to not bother caring about him now, not after turning his back on him. Before Alex can even reply, Sean asks if he's come to destroy everything he's built, and what his justification for all of it is. Alex tells Sean that it's for the greater good, that the Commonwealth should determine its own fate and future. Sean scoffs at the notion and tells Alex to just leave. And with a heavy heart, Alex takes one last look upon his son, the son he never knew, and then turns his back, unlocks the Institute's security systems, and returns to Preston and Jane and John? Jack? What were their names again? Okay, never mind. Way to ruin a heavy moment, like, and nice going. Jeez. Whatever their names were, he returns back to them. The small team then battle their way to the reactor room, and once there, they set a charge and teleport back to the entrance to reunite with Sturges and get the heck out of there. However, there is a slight problem. There's a young boy there waiting for us, begging us, his dad, not to leave him behind. It's the young synth Sean. Alex looks at him, asking who told him to tell him that he was his father. The boy replies, saying that nobody told him because he just is his father, and again begs not to be left behind. Alex wrestles with what to do. He knows that this isn't his son. However, synth or not, he is just a child. He has no idea if this could be some sort of trap that Sean set or anything like that. But Alex knows firsthand what synths can do when given a task. Still, he makes the choice to bring this child along. He isn't Sean, and never can be Sean. But a life is a life, and he'd never forgive himself for letting this one end. He tells the child to follow him as Sturgis powers up the teleporters. Everybody gets ready as the machine powers up, and in the blink of an eye, they appear on top of a building far away from the Institute or the CIT building. Preston tells Alex that he has the detonator set up, ready for somebody to press the button. He looks at Alex and tells him that he should press the button. Alex looks down at the button and with a trembling hand reaches out to press it. The blast was massive. The heat was intense. Another nuclear blast. One that will once again change the future. Alex returns to the castle where the young synth boy waited. Alex wanted to make sure that he was okay, and he was. The young Sean tells us that Father handed him a holotape telling him to give it to us. Alex takes the holotape and listens to it. It's Sean's voice. He tells Alex that he reprogrammed the young boy to fully believe that he is Sean, our son. He wants us to look after him and give him a chance to be a part of whatever future awaits the Commonwealth. And after that, the tape ends. Alex looks out over the horizon, unsure of what the future holds. War ripped apart his life before. His wife, his son, his future. The day the bomb fell really was the day his life ended. Here he was, 200 years in the future. Life clawed its way back from the brink. People had hope for the future, whatever that future may be. Alex knew that he and the Minutemen would be there for the people to help them rebuild, help them grow, and continue to foster that hope. That's all he could do now. That was his future. The end. I've never actually finished Fallout 4 before, as I've said before. I've had that twist spoiled for me a long time ago, however. Still, a part of me wishes that I never actually finished the game. Now, some of my thoughts and feelings might stem from the fact that part of my game bugged out. I never actually got to see or experience what the Brotherhood was all about in this game. I did look them up, and I wasn't impressed with what I found. I normally try to go into detail why I feel the way I do, or maybe offer up some sort of fix, so to speak, but without actually playing the game again and seeing it all for myself, I honestly can't give my opinions on the Brotherhood, or what they might have done or affected the game. Now, I know that might sound strange, but I can't base an honest opinion from a few random clips online without full context, and a lot of those videos, the opinions I saw about them were just mixed. Some of them said the Brotherhood were pure evil, others said that they were the best faction to join and the correct choice, and so on and so forth. So yeah, honestly, I can't give my take on them, and how that may have affected my views on the story. You may have also noticed that I never brought up the railroad ever again, and that's because I apparently burned bridges with them. I didn't even realize I had done it. I tried going back to them later, but they refused to talk to me because I went in the Institute, I guess. I don't know, I never got a quest failed or anything like that. So they just hated me, so yeah, I'm sure there were other reasons. So once again, much like the Brotherhood, I can't give you my opinion on them or how they would have fit into this story. I might solely be alone with my thoughts, but I feel this whole story was far more forced and guided than, linear I suppose, than any other Fallout story. Kellogg, for example. This may sound strange, but what if you actually didn't want to kill him? You can't. You're forced to kill him no matter what. I feel a better choice would have to let everything play out as normal, but rather than the final shot killing him, it just ends the fight and leaves him on the floor. From there, you could talk to him once more and then choose to walk away or end him. But it isn't just moments like that I feel empty inside. I know what Bethesda was trying to go for here, but I never felt it truly worked. The start of the game is fantastic. You see things before the war, you see the bomb go off, you enter the vault, and that's all good. You know, you watch your child stolen, your partner killed, and eventually you're set loose. But it begins to fall apart from that moment onwards. Too many damn questions were on my mind. Like, what if Sean freed us? Why did he kill everybody else in their pods? Why not free them as well? Why did the Institute not free the whole family? Why steal Sean in particular? Why not take everybody in Vault 111? They'd all be free from radiation. Sean isn't exactly special. Yeah, he's an infant, but they're all free from radiation. Every single one of them. Is the story fine as is? Yeah, sure. Even if I didn't know the twist, I personally would have seen it coming a mile away though. Was the introduction of the Brotherhood kinda cool? Yeah. The game's story has cool moments like that, but it never really excelled in any way, never really gripped me in any way. I don't know how people feel about Fallout 4. A lot of people had a lot of time to think about their feelings on this game. A lot of people have had a lot of time to pick apart the story and find all the hidden things, and maybe my questions that I have been answered a long time ago, but I haven't had all that time. This is being written mere days after finishing my time with Fallout 4. This is from somebody experiencing the game for pretty much the first time. And how I feel is sad. Not sad with the game, per se, just sad with the story. Remember that, this is the story I'm talking about, not the game. I really do feel like they were aiming high, but they never really hit what they were aiming for, you know? It all fell flat. Another thing that bothered me far more than I thought it would be was the young Sean at the very end of the game. Now, from what I can tell, if you side against the Institute, he will always end up being at the end. He will always be begging to go with you. But again, from what I can tell, the real Sean hates you in any of these endings. So I was like, why would he do this for you? You're wiping out absolutely everything he believes in. And he said a multitude of times that synths are just machines. They don't feel fear or emotion, but he programmed a child to truly believe he's our real son. Maybe I'm thinking far too hard about this moment in particular. I know, again, I know what they were going for. It's meant to be tugging on the heartstrings and all of that stuff. But it was moments like this that made me pause and say, hang on a second. That pretty much sums up how I felt the entire playthrough. Hang on a second, you know what I mean? Before I say what I'm about to say, let me just preface this with, I liked Fallout 4. I enjoyed my time with Fallout 4. Remember that. Ever since playing Fallout 3 again, I've struggled with this unknown feeling that something felt off. Everything looks and sounds like Fallout, but something's missing. And that feeling is strongest here in Fallout 4, but not exactly with the gameplay. The gameplay is good, which I'll get into later, but it's more with the story itself. I hate to say this. Heck, to be completely honest, I'm terrified to say this. But I honestly feel this might be the weakest of all the Fallout stories. I know. It's not by much, mind you, but I feel it has the weight, the right emotional weight and tone, but really starts to fall apart. Maybe it's me, but it became a Hollywood action movie. Does that make any sense whatsoever? The moments like the power arm, a minigun, and the Deathclaw are the biggest examples of that for me. Is it cool? Yeah, it's cool. But it shouldn't have been there. I'm mixed. I'm scared, sad, but I'm truly mixed. The best way to fully sum up my feelings is to feel both. I just feel positive and negative emotions. That's the best way I sum it up. I feel I'm mixed. I got positive, I got negative. It's easy for a person to look at something and go, I hate it, and that's it. You know, it's easy for a person to say, I love something, and just leave it at that. But what can you say when you enjoyed something, but you didn't? If you can't tell, my thoughts are muddled. I am torn. I don't know what to think. Maybe if I didn't side with the Minutemen, although it kind of got forced into that because of the Brotherhood and the Railroad, but maybe if I didn't side with the Minutemen, I'd feel different. Maybe if I got a different ending, I'd feel different. But that brings up another issue I had. If the Minutemen was a valid path to take, why does it feel so hollow? Like its story and path were just an afterthought. I know from looking into it that this game has multiple different endings for each faction. The Minutemen, the Railroad, the Institute, and of course the Brotherhood of Steel. So tell me, why does it feel like the game was originally built only to have the two endings, like Fallout 3? Now call me crazy, but I'll bet you the game's true endings were between the Brotherhood of Steel and the Institute. One good, one bad, or morally ambiguous, let's say. I'll bet that the Minutemen and the Railroad were just tacked on endings, because that's kind of how they feel. Again, I didn't get the Railroad's ending, but I know what happens. The Institute is foreshadowed and is the main focus, the main way to the end of the game. The Brotherhood of Steel has its own bombastic entrance out of nowhere, and their airship sits like a beacon for all to see, and their troops and everything all over the Commonwealth. The Minutemen sort of pop in and get tossed aside really quick, and the Railroad is kind of the same. Sure, the Railroad gets more of a build-up, but I still feel like both are the weakest elements of the game in the factions, is what I mean. That's just my general feelings on what I played and experienced, and sort of what I know from a little bit of research. Again, had I started again, went down another path, or my game didn't bug out, or who knows, maybe I'd love the story. Maybe I would. But as it stands now, I'm mixed on how I feel. I wish I could give you a solid opinion, but I can't. I really can't. Believe me, it's just as frustrating for me as it is for you. I'm sure some of you want to hear me say that I hated the story and it was just absolute garbage and Bethesda should be ashamed of it. And I'm sure some of you want to hear me sing its praises and tell you I loved it and it might just be the greatest Fallout story ever told, but I can't. I don't think either one of those things about the story. As I said, it has the weight. Parent loses a child, spouse is murdered, and now you need to brave, the hostile world to find your child. That's great. You find the killer, you kill him, find your child, but oh no, he's grown up, he's older than you. That's fine, it still works. But after that, that's where I became far more mixed. I don't know. I just don't know. I think the more I think about it, the more muddled my thoughts become. I didn't even bring up Sean's mysterious illness either. I know it's brought up if I continue along the Institute's path, but because I set the Institutes free at Broken Hill, I got kicked out, and I never learned that he was sick. When I find him in that hospital bed thing, my character was like, "Are you sick?" And I was like, so damn confused. I honestly felt like I broke the story. And maybe I did, I have no idea, but I digress. Remember when I said that I wished I never finished the game's story? I was serious. I'm angry at myself because I don't know how to feel about the story. A part of me likes it and a part of me dislikes it. I can very easily understand why anybody would hate or love this story, and I especially can understand if people are mixed on it. I honestly wish I could fall into one camp or the other, but I can't, and that makes me angry. I wish I never finished the story. I wish I just ran around the Commonwealth forever. Ignorance is bliss. But I will tell you where ignorance isn't bliss. Far Harbor, that's where... Oh, I'm trying to forget everything I said. Headwave, woo! Far Harbor. While trying to clear his head from his fallout with Sean, Alex picks up a case with Nick Valentine in which a young girl has run away from home. It seems the young girl, Kasumi, believes she might actually be a synth, and after making contact with a group of synths on the island of Far Harbor, who are making a safe haven for all runaway synths, Kasumi decides to leave in the night for Far Harbor so she can find her place in the world. Kasumi's parents beg Nick and Alex to travel to Far Harbor to get their daughter back, and that's exactly what they aim to do. Murky waters, the stench of rotten fish, mold, and salt fill the air. Far Harbor is none too inviting. If the looks didn't put you off, the smell most certainly will. Still, Nick and Alex had a job to do. They docked on the pier. There, they were met by two people, Avery and Alan, one more hostile than the other, but both were a little wary of mainlanders. Avery, clearly the leader here, welcomes both Nick and Alex to Far Harbor and asks what it is they're doing here. They explain that they were hired by Kasumi's parents to find their daughter. Avery tells us that she had come to the island. This was a good start. However, just before Avery is about to tell us more, a bell rings out, and a young woman runs down to the pier screaming that something is coming. Avery tells Nick and Alex to help defend the town, and if we do that, she'll tell us everything she knows about Kasumi. So, that's exactly what the pair do. Nick and Alex get ready on the tall walls surrounding the small town. Thick fog blankets the town, and a man runs up to the walls and begs for help. Sadly, there's no time to act, as giant, large-mouthed sea creatures run through the fog. Everyone opens fire, but these strange creatures are no joke. Eventually, and sadly at the cost of a few lives, the last of the sea creatures fall, and the all clear is given. Alex and Nick return to Avery, and she explains that these creatures are common to the island, and are just one of a few of the dangers faced by the people living here. The other danger is the fog itself. The fog, aside from making it extremely hard to see it, especially at night, is radioactive, and the more time spent within it, the more it drives people insane. The people here are protected by rather odd devices that suck the fog up, allowing more or less fresh air to remain. However, the fog never used to be this big of an issue. It's only gotten worse in the span of a few years, or at least that's what a few of the people say. Some here, like Alan for example, believe Dogmeat's old pals, the Children of Atom here on the island, made the fog worse, and are actually trying to kill everybody on the island in the name of Atom. Avery doesn't believe it, but can't think of any other reason why it may have gotten worse. Still, we aren't here to figure out that mystery. We're here to find Kasumi. It seems that she's gone to the synth refuge Arcadia. But to get there, we're going to need the help of a guide, and the only guide here brave enough to travel through the fog is a man called Old Longfellow. What a name. What a name. We thank Avery and prepare to head off to speak with Old Longfellow when she stops us and begs us to do anything we can to help the people living here. The times are tough, and the people here, well, they need help even if they're too stubborn to admit it. Avery then directs the two to meet with a woman called the Mariner. Alex decides to speak with this Mariner first before going to Longfellow and see if he's able to do anything for her, and he's glad he did. It was love at first sight. Maybe it was the beanie she wore so well, the greasy disheveled hair, the glasses, the turtleneck sweater, or maybe the dirt on her face or the scar on her nose, but he was smitten. When she spoke, it sounded like a Wasteland angel spoke. Her words were as smooth as Nuka-Cola cherry. Alex was in love. The Mariner welcomed him to the island and asked if he'd be willing to help her get some special tools from a nearby building. Alex smiled and nodded. He told her he'd be more than willing to help her with anything, and with that, he was off. But before leaving town, he wanted to make sure to impress the mariner with some new duds. He wanted to dress like the locals, fit in, and perhaps catch her eye. And you're looking good, Alex. You're looking good. Finding the tools was, well, surprisingly easy. It only took walking halfway across the island past some ghouls, some sea monsters, and wolves, but eventually he got his hands on those pesky tools. Some clown tried to buy them off of Alex, but the only thing Alex wanted was the reward of the mariner's smile. So he rushed back to town like a Deathclaw on jet and handed the mariner her brand new tools. She thanked Alex for his hard work and asked if he'd be interested in doing her another favor. Alex, much to Nick's chagrin, took the mariner by the hand, looked her in the eyes, and said, yes. After that, Alex went all over the island, plundering beached ships for her, and killing Mirelurks and tearing off their shells for her, and he did it all in the name of love. Because that's the power of love. Can you feel it? What am I doing? Oh, I'm sorry. But, sadly, it was then when the mariner dropped a bombshell on Alex. She was dying. She had some sort of terminal illness and sadly was not long for this world. It could be weeks, months, or years, but sadly, she would pass away. Alex asked if there was any treatment for her illness, but sadly, there was none, not even with pre-war meds. Alex did his best to comfort her, and asked if there was anything she needed or anything she wanted, to which she said yes. She explains that there is a legend known as the Red Death among the people here on the island. This beast is said to sink ships and terrorize the sea when the fog is at its thickest. The mariner wishes to kill it and leave behind a legacy and asks Alex if he'd be interested in helping her kill the beast. He, of course, said, yes. And then the two set off across the ocean in search of the island where the monster dwelled. It didn't take long to find the island, but what they found wasn't exactly monstrous or special. It was just a tiny little Mirelurk, not much bigger than a bloatfly or a radroach. Sure, it had bright, glowing red eyes, but that was about it. The mariner surmised that the light its eyes gave off must have lured in ship's captains who steered their ships towards this small rocky island and crashed. The mariner was heartbroken. If she returned to the people in Far Harbor and told them what she found, they'd all laugh at her. So Alex told her to just lie and make something up. She agreed, and before sailing away, Alex slayed the tiny beast, once again, in her name. Back at Far Harbor, the townsfolk gathered around to hear the tale of the Red Death. The mariner just made up a bunch of stuff, and the townsfolk cheered and shouted her name. And when the crowds dispersed and they were alone, the mariner told Alex that she was lucky to have a friend like him. Alex smiled, and the two got married and lived happily ever after. The end. Oh, wait, no, it isn't. Wait, what am I talking about? Alex still had a job to do. Wait, what? He wasn't here for the mariner? He was here for Kasumi. Yeah, that's right. Kasumi. Okay, anyway. Man, he totally forgot. Man, he was just wrapped up in the mariner's eyes. Okay, never mind. Kasumi. Yeah, okay. Alex and Nick busted into the local bar, rushed up to old Longfellow, and just begged him to take them both up to the synth refuge, Arcadia. He agreed, and the three braved the fog, fighting ghouls and Mirelurks, and having to listen to crazy people from the children of Adam talk about atoms dividing, or whatever it is that they talk about. Eventually, the three made it up to Arcadia, but Nick was feeling a little under the weather because of all the, lovesick puppy eyes that Alex was making at the Mariner, and he just left to take a power nap. Old Longfellow, however, was willing to take Nick's place, which was nice of him. What a bro move that was, What a guy. What an old Longfellow. As they entered Arcadia, they met with the leader there, a very strange-looking prototype synth called Dima. It was a shame Nick wasn't here to see this guy. He would have loved to see this. Still, Dima asked Alex why he had come to this place, and Alex told him that he was searching for the runaway girl Kasumi. Dima is impressed with Alex's resolve to search for somebody in such a dangerous place. However, before telling us where Kasumi is, Dima wants to know if Alex believes she's a synth. Alex is unsure, and Dima nods his head and asks one more question. He wants to know if Alex believes he might be a synth. Alex shakes his head and explains that he doesn't believe himself to be one, but couldn't disprove if he was one or not. Dima, more or less satisfied, tells Alex that Kasumi is here in the lower levels of the building, and he is welcome to talk with her. Alex and Longfellow make their way deeper into the facility, which is actually quite an impressive place. It's amazing what they have going on here and how the synths have actually been able to evade the Institute. Alex was happy for them. Alex did eventually find Kasumi working on some old pre-war machines, and he approaches her. He explains that he was hired by her parents to find her. She seems shocked that they'd do something like that, but explains that she thought running away from them would be easier than just telling them the truth, that she is a synth. Alex tells her that they'd love her no matter what she was because she was their daughter. Kasumi nods her head and explains that she can't leave Arcadia right now because she thinks something is going on with Dima and the people here on the island. Kasumi was doing some repairs on a terminal late one night when she discovered a logged entry from Dima in which he was calculating death projections from the fog and even an atomic blast. Kasumi believes that Dima might actually be plotting to do something and is worried. She needs help, and Alex will be that help. She wants Alex to search around for any information that might help and suggests hacking into a terminal upstairs. And that's exactly what Alex does. He puts his elite hacking skills to the test, and what does he find out? Well, it turns out Dima is a prototype synth, as we could clearly tell, and because he is one, he's unable to store all of his memories because, simply put, his brain runs out of hard drive space. To save these memories, he often offloads those memories to a hard drive, which seems fine, right? Well, actually, yeah, it actually is. A synth's gotta do what a synth's gotta do. However, Dima is worried what might be in those memories and what the children of Adam might do if they ever got their hands on the knowledge within. Alex reports back to Kasumi and fills her in with what he found, and both feel it might be best to bring up their worries with Dima himself. When speaking with Dima and filling him in on what we know, he's shocked to say the least, but actually pleased. He was actually hoping to find a solution to that particular problem, so he lays out the entire situation. The lovely folk and the really lovely folk on the dock of Far Harbor are currently being protected by those fog machines we saw earlier. These machines were gifted to them by Dima and the people of Arcadia. This was a beneficial trade. The machines would help keep the fog at bay, and the people on the dock would act as a lifeline to the outside world. However, the children of Adam want the fog to spread across the island as they believe it's the will of Atom. They want the people to be driven off the island or killed by the fog. Dima tells Alex that the children of Adam weren't always this aggressive. They more or less coexisted with the people in Far Harbor, and this was due to their leader at the time, Martin. It should also be noted that Dima himself lived with the children of Adam at this particular time. However, Dima left so he could found Arcadia, and after that, Martin, the leader of the children of Adam, went missing, and that's when his successor, Tectis, took over and ended all peace with Far Harbor. Dima's worried that if they had access to his memories, they might find a way to destroy everything on the island. He wants us to pose as a new recruit and join them and sneak into their base and find his memories. Alex thinks that that's a good idea and agrees to help. It's off to the children of Adam's home base, the Nucleus. It didn't take long for Alex to find their base. Upon approaching, we get a first-hand demonstration of the level of fanaticism these children of Adam have. Alex is worried for his own safety. Still, he pressed onwards and explained to the guards that he wanted to join the children. At first, they were understandably doubtful, but after sending Alex on a spiritual journey in which he was to drink from some highly irradiated water source and return with something to prove his faith, Alex was let inside. The Nucleus was an old naval dockyard complete with submarine. He had to confess to himself it was rather amazing the setup these people had. Dogmeat would have loved it here. Old Longfellow, however, wasn't as impressed. In fact, he was almost never impressed, and quite frankly, Alex missed Nick. Anyway, while inside, Alex meets the people. He helps them out a little bit and eventually makes his way through the heavily guarded back rooms until he finds a computer terminal which houses Dima's lost memories. And what happens next is we enter cyberspace or something and hack into Dima's memories, and I don't want to talk about it. Let me repeat that one more time for the people sitting way in the back. I do not want to talk about it. Okay? Let's move on. What Alex learns in Dima's memories is actually some pretty substantial and disturbing information. So let's talk about the main issue first. Dima knows that the submarine the children of Adam call their home houses live nuclear missiles. The children of Adam are also clearly aware they are within the submarine. What they don't know is that those missiles can be launched, and Dima knows how. All that's required is the launch key. A key Dima knows the location of. Dima hid this key in fear that they would launch those nuclear missiles, killing everybody on the island in the name of Atom. His fears aren't totally unfounded either. The new leader, Tectis, would 100% launch those missiles if he could. Second, we learned that Dima actually murdered the real Avery in Far Harbor and replaced her with a synth double. Now, the synth doesn't remember any of this, of course, and fully believes she is Avery. Dima did this to ensure he had some level of control over the people in Far Harbor. And while that in of itself is a pretty big deal and ties into the third thing we learn, which is Dima put a failsafe into effect for the people in Far Harbor. Should the people rise up and rebel for whatever reason, he has the code to shut down the wind turbines on the island which power the fog dispensing machines, thus allowing the fog to consume the entire island. Did you catch that? Good. However, we ain't done learning cold hard facts just yet, because brace yourself for the biggest surprise yet. Dima is actually a future version of Alex. Yes, that's right. Alex is actually a synth, and Dima traveled from the future to warn his past self that Dogmeat teamed up with the mole rat aliens from the start of the game, and together they will reincarnate Atom into the body of Steve, and Steve, now Atom, would bring about the total rebirth of the world by exploding the sun. I mean, hot diggity damn, if that ain't a twist, I mean, that's crazy. I mean, it's wild. Bethesda, you sly dogs. So, obviously, everything I just said was a complete lie. What really is the big shock is Dima is actually Nick's brother, so to speak. They're both Institute prototype synths. What a twist. With these bombshells dropped, Alex returns to Dima and confronts him with everything he has learned so far. Dima quickly uploads his memory, to himself, and skims through the information, and begins to understand Alex's possible frustrations. Dima has killed, manipulated, and lied. However, he does seem remorseful for his actions, and only wanted to protect Far Harbor, the people on it, and that includes the children of Atom and of course the synths who came to Arcadia in order to be free. Alex does understand, and Dima is thankful for that. However, tensions between the children of Atom and the people of Far Harbor have reached a boiling point, and a fight between the two is inevitable. But it doesn't have to be. Dima has a plan. A very extreme plan. He wasn't lying when he told Alex he only wants peace, but peace comes at a cost. Dima wants to replace Tectus, the leader of the children of Atom. He wants to replace him with a synth. The children will obey whatever the leader orders them to do, and if the leader wants peace, they must obey. This is, without a doubt, crazy. Alex doesn't know how to feel about this plan. Sure, he wants a peaceful resolution to all the problems here, but this is, it's crazy. Dima wants Alex to lure Tectus away from the children and kill him. Alex tells Dima he doesn't want to kill the man, just make him leave. Dima agrees, and Alex returns to the children of Atom one last time. Now, luring Tectus away is pretty easy because Tectus trusts Alex. However, once alone, Alex tells Tectus that he's actually an assassin here to end his life, but he might let him live if he flees the island and never returns. Tectus agrees and leaves, never to return. With Tectus taken care of, Alex returns to Dima in Arcadia, who is standing alongside the perfect synth replacement of Tectus. The synth leaves for the Children of Atom's base. Dima thanks us for a job well done, and now the island is safe. Far Harbor and the children of Adam will leave each other alone. With our job completed and the island returning more or less to normalcy, Alex returns to Kasumi and convinces her to return to her parents. Alex gets a fond farewell at the dock, blows a kiss to his new love the Mariner, and Nick, Alex, and Kasumi all sail back to the Commonwealth. The end. This was my first time experiencing Far Harbor, and it was awesome. I completely failed to do the story justice and shuffled a bit of information around, but man, was it awesome. The story itself is, it's fantastic. It has a lot of moral dilemmas for you, the player, to deal with. How you deal with these choices will change the ending. Yes, that's right, this DLC actually has multiple endings. Once you learn the truth of what Dima has done, you can choose to side with the children of Adam or the residents of Far Harbor. Each side attacks the other, and I won't go into great detail. I'll leave that up for you to discover on your own. The story is over somewhat quickly, but I don't think that's much of a surprise to anybody watching. For example, helping out the Mariner, I don't think is actually required at all if you went down the particular path I did. I could be wrong, and I'm sure somebody out there will correct me, but even if it is required, it doesn't pad out the story's runtime that much. However, my own personal enjoyment wasn't in the main story itself, it was the entire island of Far Harbor. This place wasn't dripping with atmosphere, it was drenched in it. The new locations, the new enemies, the lore, the people, it's all fantastic. I spent a good chunk of my own playthrough here on the island. I think I spent about 30 hours in total here, or maybe more. And don't even get me started on some of the side quests. Yeah, you'll have a few duds, like one quest I did for a shopkeeper in the Children of Adam's base. She wanted me to fix a broken decontamination arch by not only getting it to work again, but have it spray irradiated water rather than the chemicals that remove radiation. The quest itself was kinda dull, but it bugged out for me when I completed it. This actually is a fairly common bug from what I could tell. I'd say about half of you know what I'm about to say, but I'm still gonna say it anyways. Depending on what you choose to do in this quest, the archway will actually work now, so each time you enter or exit the nucleus, the Children of Adam's base, you can get the radiation removed for you, or make you irradiated. I chose to get the radiation removed. The bug is that it only ever works once, and that's it. You can press the button to get it to work, you can do whatever, but it will never work again. It sprays one time, and that's it. That's apparently the bug, and it's a shame because while you're inside their base, you soak up a ton of rads. So there you go. Anyway, as I was saying, you can get kind of standard quests like that one, or you can get a fun murder mystery quest. Now, I actually won't spoil the quest itself because if you haven't played it, I want you to fully experience it for yourself, but I will talk about a few things regarding the quest itself. I actually thought it was going to be deeper than it actually was. I thought you would actually need to search for clues and figure out who's lying or who's telling the truth, actually uncover the mystery itself, but no, not really, no. It really just boils down to the standard follow the quest marker. I was so convinced, however, that the game was trying to throw me a curveball that I actively ignored the quest marker and searched everywhere for clues. This did end with me picking up a vital clue before I was meant to find it, but it didn't skip the quest ahead, it just acted like I hadn't found it until I was meant to find it. I was genuinely bummed out, but I acknowledge that this was probably just down to me projecting my own expectations, and so I have nobody but myself to blame. That said, I do wish the game did switch off the quest marker in this particular quest and actually let you solve it on your own. And if you picked the wrong person, you picked the wrong person, you know? I guess I was hoping for more of a Cluedo-esque experience. For example, let's say one person accuses the other of doing it, but when you check up on the person, you might find that said person actually logged into their own terminal and put down a diary entry or something at the exact time the murder took place. And the only way for you to know that was to actually spot the timestamp on the terminal entry. It isn't told to you, but you have to find it yourself. Does that make sense? Maybe this would have made it annoying for some people, but the fun of a murder mystery to me is trying to solve the mystery without having psychic knowledge of vital clues and their location. Maybe that's just me though. The side quest overall was fantastic, and I'll end it with this joke. If you know, you know. Oh yes. Oh yeah. Far Harbor was a great DLC, and truth be told, it actually made me wish the entire game was set up in this type of location. Or maybe, I don't know, half of the location is this, and then the further away, further away from the coastline you progress, it becomes more Commonwealthy, if that makes sense. I don't know. The setting was great, and my issues with it are just minor things. Like, I kind of wished the fog was a little more of a threat than it actually is. The people talk about something called deep fog, or the fog making people crazy, and I kind of wish that was, like, expanded upon a little bit further. Like, for example, maybe you need to take some sort of Rad X pill, but for the fog, and if you don't, your character starts to see, like, phantom enemies around the place or something like that. Enemies that don't pose a threat to you, but just confuse you or your HUD into thinking that there's an enemy about to attack you. I don't know, something like that, something creative like that. It could have been cool, or maybe it could have been terrible. I have no idea. My other only minor complaint is something you may have already noticed in the footage. It's dark. So sometimes it's a little too dark for my tastes. But yeah, no matter the light source, I just never felt like it was enough. This may have been a creative choice to make the island feel more spooky, but it wasn't so spooky as it was just annoying at times. Again, maybe that's just me, maybe that's my brightness settings, maybe that's my monitor, I have no idea. Either way, I really liked Far Harbor. So, the plan was to regale you with a story much like I did for Far Harbor, but I won't be doing that. I went into Nuka World the same way I went into Far Harbor, with absolutely no knowledge about it. At first, I was actually enjoying myself, but quickly began to realize that Nuka World wasn't for me. This DLC was built fully around the idea of being evil, and that isn't bad at all, far from it in fact. It's fantastic that the DLC lets you be evil, but that's just it. That's all it lets you be. I don't know if you play games like I do. I honestly do try to follow my own real-life beliefs, deviating here and there a little bit, but more or less I try to be a good person. Sure, I enjoyed pushing people down a flight of stairs in Grand Theft Auto 4 just to watch them ragdoll, and yeah, okay, sure, one time while I was playing Assassin's Creed 1 on the PlayStation 3, I stabbed and killed a beggar with my hidden blade, but that was just a buildup of anger over time, and they made me fail my mission, and it was purely out of self-defense reasons. He was coming right for me, you know. But that aside, I really do try to be a good person. Nuka World just wasn't for me. Still, I had a whole story idea planned out. I was gonna play it right, tell a fun story. That was until this happened. These are called Star Cores. A lot of you watching now will no doubt be smiling, especially if you watched my Fallout 3 video. In the Fallout 3 DLC, The Pit, you need to collect some ingots. It's fine, you only need to collect like 10 of them, but if you want to do things right, you gotta find all 100, okay? Star Cores are pretty much this game's version of that. I mean, sure, you only need to collect just 20 of them out of 30. Sure, going the extra mile and finding the last 10 gives you some power armor, but I'll get back to that later. Look, maybe it's because I've played a lot of these games back to back, and the memory is still fresh in my mind. But when I found this and started doing it, I let me just say this real quick. Nuka World does have some great locations. There's like a ghoul, and there's Tarzan, and all that good stuff. Those are all cool places. But after I went here, well, I went back to the main hub of Nuka World, and I killed them. I killed them all. They're dead. Every single one of them. And not just the men, but the women. And the children, too. They're like animals. And I slaughtered them like animals. I hate Star Cores. Okay, look, it wasn't the Star Cores that pushed me over the edge. It was this stupid side quest in which you needed to find a hidden code spread out all over Nuka World. The quest itself is fine enough, I suppose. It was creeping a little too dangerously close to Star Cores for me, but I went along with it. The game is nice enough to mark the rough location of each hidden code on your map, which is good, but, and I kid you not, mine broke. I couldn't activate the friggin' code. Yes, what you are seeing here right now is me coming to the realization that I couldn't get the code. I tried everything. I wish I had my microphone active so you could hear me as well, but I think the footage speaks for itself. I'm just like searching around for like the activate button to activate the code, so he's like, oh, it's 7D or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, I couldn't do it, and yeah, the footage speaks for itself. Now, Nuka World isn't bad, alright? Truly it isn't. I do think it is a great addition to Fallout 4. It does have, new side quests and new locations and new lore and people to meet and all that stuff, but it all boils down to only if you're an able player. Eventually, the point of Nuka World is to build up a group of raiders within Nuka World and spread out into the Commonwealth, taking out settlements and raising poor Preston's blood pressure. He has a weak heart, you animals! Again, this is all fine and dandy if you're an able player. If You want to kick out the raiders and, be good, you have to kill them all. Like, all of them. And once you do it, nothing happens. That's it. The story is over. I actually think that this sucks and it's wasted potential, especially after Far Harbor. And that's when I learned Nuka World did actually release after Far Harbor. Now, this can all boil down to personal preference. I don't doubt many of you loved Nuka World, and if you did, man, good on you. The ability to set up raider gangs and all that, it's great. Again, I'm not here to judge you. Nuka World does have plenty of cool stuff to set it apart, but I have to ask, don't you want more? Because I know I did. I was left asking myself why this DLC doesn't have choice. I thought that was Bethesda's whole thing. Player choice, player freedom, go where you want, when you want. And again, there are cool things, there are cool things. There are cool things, like again, the Tarzan thing, or the Herbologists, or the ghoul parade thing, the clown stuff. That's all good. But now I return to that wasted potential thing. Wouldn't it have been awesome to side with the slaves and the traders and sort of stage like an uprising, pose as the raider leader, but eventually and secretly sabotage all the raiders' efforts? Think of the French resistance in World War II. Something like that, You slowly turn raider gang against raider gang, leader upon leader. You make them weak, and then you strike in some sort of cool fight. And it's once all said and done, you can then fix up Nuka World, sort of like the settlements. You invest money or junk into it, and then you make it a new trading hub for the Commonwealth. Without that, it just felt hollow. I've mowed down hundreds of raiders across my entire playthrough, and it just felt like more of that. Maybe, who knows, that was the whole point. It's like a joke or something. I don't know. Again, I cannot say this enough. Nuka World does have fun things, but at no point did I ever feel like this was made for any good player. And as such, I feel like if you're playing a good character, I think I feel cheated in some way. All I got out of Nuka-Cola was this cool new gun, which is a really cool gun, by the way. I don't know, let me put it this way. If I didn't own the Game of the Year edition of this game, and I picked this up without knowing anything, I was just like, oh, Nuka World, a new DLC. And then I played it only to find it's only for, like, evil characters, I would have been really upset, but I'm sorry. If you think Nuka World is the best, and you rank it above Far Harbor, more power to you, man. For real. I think that's great, but once again, and I'll leave you with this, don't you want more? I was actually gonna fuse this story into the actual main story. In fact, I planned on doing that with both Far Harbor and Nuka World, but as you can see, I didn't. I felt like it would, I don't know, make talking about each one kind of separate, tricky. Look, it doesn't matter. Automatron isn't big like Far Harbor or Nuka World. It doesn't add a new place for you to explore, or new people, or locations. It really just boils down to three things. One new side quest, one new faction of raiders, and the ability to build your own robots. I mean, yeah, there's a new person to speak to. New companion. Okay, look, fair enough. You get what I'm saying, right? Look, I'm not actually a fan of Automatron. I'm just gonna say it's outright. I'm actually not a fan of this one. To me, it was just a repeat of Fallout 3's quest, the Superhuman Gambit. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's the same character, the same sort of plot. It's a person doing a good thing but ends up hurting people instead. Now go and stop the person, you know? They had the mechanist in that as well. I don't know, it just felt like it was a retread of that. Building robots is cool. A new faction of raiders added to the game is cool, but that's all just it, really. That's it. The quest for me wasn't that fun at all. Heck, mine bugged out and I had to find a workaround to fix it. And the joke is the bug is pretty common and has never been fixed. In fact, it made me wonder if Bethesda was fully aware of this issue in question and couldn't fix it, and had to make an alternate path to combat the issue. But what am I talking about here? Let me back up and explain. Once I reached the final boss, which is actually just fighting a ton of robots, the quest didn't progress. It just kept the fight going, without enemies to fight. See, what's supposed to happen is, after fighting all the robots, you gain access to the inner lair, and you're able to speak face to face with the bad guy of the game, the Mechanist. Only I didn't gain access to this room, and I tried over and over and over again. I had to do this fight repeatedly. The bug apparently triggers due to some enemies getting stuck out of bounds, and thus you're unable to reach them, thus you're unable to kill them, thus you can't progress. That's the bug. Normally, this would actually be game-breaking since you do get locked in the room, but if you boot up an earlier save, you can track down 3 holotapes, which you can then place inside a computer and then gain access to the inner lair another way. There's even special dialogue for doing the quest this way. That's cool, and I'm glad they went the extra mile with the special dialogue and all, but since the bug is so common and they never fixed it, I don't know, it just makes me wonder, that's all. But that's not the point. The point is, I wasn't a big fan of the DLC. That's all. There wasn't much meat on the bone, especially after all the DLCs that came before this. Look at Fallout 3, look at New Vegas. Both of those have... Heck, even look at Fallout 4 with Far Harbor and whatever. I just feel like... I don't know. There's more meaty DLCs in those games. I don't know. Skyrim... I mean, you got Hearthfire, but... Anyway, look... It just feels like, and I hate to say this, I do hate to say this, it just kind of felt like cut content. Something that was always meant to be in the game. I don't know, it sounds bleak, but to me, that's kind of how this particular DLC feels. Especially when you bring into consideration Wasteland Workshop and Contraptions Workshop. These two are pretty much exactly the same thing, only without the story aspect. They only add more items into the settlement building minigame? Could you call it a minigame? I don't know. I actually had no clue that these were even DLC. I thought all the stuff that they gave was just part of the game, and when I found out, I was shocked. I was shocked that this was paid DLC. I swear. I honestly swear to God, I'm not trying to go all tin-foil hat on you, but again, it feels like cut content. Things cut from the game that were just sold back to you. Normally, I don't ever really feel that way, but I genuinely felt that way. And again, I'm not trying to be, a tin-foil hat conspiracy man, but yeah. Now, do they add fun things? Well, for me, no. It's a hard no. I didn't enjoy taming creatures. I especially didn't like it when learning that it requires a total of 6 perks, aka levels, to do the things in those DLCs. I don't think I have ever picked up the perk Animal Friend in any Fallout game. But if you go and look at those, it requires a total of 6 perks. That's 6 levels to even do some of the stuff in those DLCs. That's nuts to me. Maybe that's just me. I've no doubt in my mind that you might love these DLCs and feel that it was worth every single bottle cap to buy. If that is you, much like Nuka World, I'm not judging you. Not even in the slightest. I'm not attacking you or anything. I personally never found enjoyment in these 2 DLCs. That's all. Now, there is one more DLC I'd like to talk about, and that's... Right off the bat, I'm gonna tell you, I wasn't a fan of this DLC. Again. The quest you're given is to build a Vault-Tec Vault 88. This, in of itself, is actually awesome. It's a fantastic idea. You gain a few settlers for an experiment, and you can choose whether to sabotage the experiments or do the bad thing, do the Vault-Tec thing, you know what I mean? Like, actually experiment on people. Again, this is actually a fun idea that's never been explored before, and I think it's fantastic. But that's it. There's no deep quests, no new real areas, or anything. It just boils down to literally a new settlement building location with new settlement building items. I actually had high hopes going into this one. I was doing the quest, I was having a ton, I even chuckled a few times here and there. I wrote story ideas in my head as I was playing and everything. But the longer I played, the more an issue started to pop up. The building limit. Look, I want to bring this up before I continue. I honestly don't know what people think of these DLCs. I genuinely have no clue. I don't know what other people in Fallout 4 videos have to say about, well, anything about Fallout 4. But I strongly feel, and I'm sure as heck not the only person to notice this issue, the DLC gives you a huge underground cave to build in. I mean, it's huge. My mind, while very slowly clearing it out, was just racing with building ideas. I could put a long hallway here, 2 floors here, this there, that here, and so on and so forth. And then I started building my grand ideas and noticed the building limit bar filling up quickly. If you've never played Fallout 4 before, some of this stuff I'm saying might be gibberish to you. I'll talk about it more in depth a little bit later, but for now, try to bear with me. If it was filling up this quick, I thought to myself, why give me such an extensive cave to build in? Why make me clear this whole thing out and explore it? Why place alternate entrances and exits I must defend so far away from each other? Why? I kept thinking to myself. After thinking all of that, I just tossed my ideas out the non-existent vault window and gave up building. What the heck was the point? Listen, I'm sure many people like yourself build really cool stuff down here. I'm sure you enjoy the Vault-Tec themed settlement items and all that stuff, but I was done. I was truly done, especially without a mod, but I'll get to that in just a second. The quest within Vault 88 is fun. The new items are fine, but again, it just felt like the other DLCs. It felt like it was cut content, and it bugged me. It bugged me a lot. Without a mod to remove the build limit in this DLC, in a strange way, it's kind of cruel, and maybe that's the joke. Maybe that's a joke from Bethesda's part. The DLC is about building a vault and carrying out evil experiments, but the actual experiment was on you. You wanted to build a vault, but you couldn't. LOL. You know what I don't know. I don't know. I was let down by this one, that's all. The actual last DLC I wanted to talk about is this texture pack. I had no idea it was even a thing. I wasn't even sure it was on or not. It is an official texture pack. This is no mod, so I feel like it doesn't go against the spirit of the channel and my, you know, quote-unquote no mod policy. It's free. It's textures. It's free high-resolution texture pack. Wowzers! Oh, okay. I wanted to throw that one in there. Sorry. Okay, let's move on to gameplay now. Let's start with character creation, which has gotten a pretty substantial upgrade, at least when it comes to how the characters look. Bethesda has gotten rid of those sliders and replaced them with a sort of drag and drop technique a la Mario 64. This can be good for the broad strokes of facial features, say the cheekbone and depth and so on. But sometimes the finer details, I mean, things can go wrong fast and you'll never notice. Like when I was creating Alex here, I was messing around with his nose and I never noticed. I never noticed I made his nose slightly crooked and was totally unable to make it straight again. That was frustrating for me, and yeah, there might be a button to reset it, and there is a button to reset it, but this can sometimes undo everything you might have just done. If there was just like a little slider, or the ability to have a slider, you'd be easily able to fix that situation, you know what I mean? But I don't know, I feel like there's a little bit too much eyeballing it, if that makes sense. But still, they look better, it looks good. My complaints are like tiny in comparison to the upgrades, I guess you could say. I do enjoy the character creator, especially being able to add like scars, blemishes, dirt, and so on. I like that. I like when character creators let you do those sorts of things. Now, there is one slight change that I'm not a fan of, and I might as well just rip it off now like a band-aid. It's the voices. I remember way back before the release of this game, hearing that they were making a voiced protagonist. A lot of people were pretty upset and were worried, but I was honestly kind of thrilled. And when I got my hands on the game and played it for a few hours, I remember changing my opinion. I was no longer thrilled. I became, like, mixed on it. I now understood what people's fears were. After my adventures in Fallout 4 for this video, my thoughts on the subject have soured even further. Again, not much, mind you. I still feel mixed, but now it's more on the slightly negative spectrum of that. For me, you know, it actually ties a little bit into my issue with the conversation wheel. It seems like all modern RPGs seem to love this new conversation wheel. So I'm just gonna sort of like tie these two things in together. It doesn't quite work in character creation, but just bear with me on this. Look, I've got nothing against voices. I like voices. I have one of those myself, and it's nice, but sometimes when you want to lose yourself in a world and become somebody else for a little while, the last thing you need is to be reminded that you're not who you think you are. Does that make sense? Voices leave an imprint on you. They allow you to know who you're speaking with even without looking at people. This is a good thing, and it's also a bad thing. I never once felt like Alex, that Alex was even Alex. If I started a new game with a different look, different, doing things differently, like more evil, I'd still feel like I wasn't that character, whoever that would be. It's Nate, the default character. It's Shepard from Mass Effect, Hawke from Dragon Age 2, Geralt from The Witcher. It's a character, not a blank slate for you to imprint on. Skyrim did it right. You pick your gender, you pick your race, and you're given a voice to represent that. I mean, yeah, okay, maybe they could have had an option to improve it, like maybe a slider or different voices to check from or whatever. Look, it isn't rocket science, okay? The two voice actors, they do a fantastic job 95% of the time. Sometimes you might hear something and you might ever so slightly, it might be a little questionable, but 95% of the time is still good, and I do not blame them in the slightest, especially the female voice actor who, for those of you who don't realize, was the same voice actress who did Damsel and Heather in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. Anyway, maybe the voice didn't bother you, and that's cool. But what I guarantee probably bothered you was the dialogue wheel. This is the first time on this channel I've brought this up. Much like how I'm not a fan of Radiant Quests, you're now going to learn that I'm not a fan of dialogue wheels, or this sort of dialogue... Dialogue wheel? I guess that's the term, yeah, I think that's the term they all go for, dialogue wheel, so that's what I'm going to call it. I don't know what game started this particular trend, but I really don't like it. In fact, I'd almost say it borders close to hate. I know it's been talked about before in plenty of times over the years, and I know you've most likely heard it spoken about and all that stuff, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about this. I know that there is a mod to turn the dialogue wheel into their complete sentences, and that's all well and good, but man, I wish this streamlining trend would just go away. I wish it would just go the way of the dinosaurs, you know what I mean? In an RPG, I want to know exactly what I am about to say, so I have full judgment. I don't need clear, this is good choice, this is bad choice, this is neutral choice, this is romance choice, and so on and so forth. For me, I believe having the full sentence on screen is the right choice for RPG games, especially ones in which you are the character. I'm sure this will come up again in future videos. In fact, I know it will. But let's just say this right up. Look, I'm not a fan of it, okay? And I also wish the voices weren't there. That's it. It's just limited. I just wish it was limited to grunts of pain or sounds of acknowledgement or each time you take Jet or Psycho. That's it. Now, this isn't the end of character creation. Now we have to talk about those stats and leveling. And sadly, it's changed again. Not everything, but a lot. Special makes its return. It pretty much works exactly the way it did before in all the other games, for the most part. But there is still some slight changes to it, and I'm not going to delve into it, alright? The big change is perks, traits, and leveling up. For a quick refresher, Fallout 1 let you pick a perk once every third level. So on your third level, you'd get one. Fallout 2 followed that exact same trend, and both of those were fine. They're perfectly serviceable. Fallout 3 let you pick a perk every single level, and that made you become a little too powerful a little too quickly, and a lot of people thought that. It wasn't just me. Fallout New Vegas heard the criticism. They even acknowledged it. They heard the criticism and let you pick a perk every second level. This struck a nice balance between Fallout 3 and Fallout 1 and 2. It wasn't too long, it wasn't too short, it was just long enough that your brain gets excited to strive for that next level up, that next perk. Fallout 3 went back to giving you a perk every single level up. In fact, it went one step further. It mixed perks, stats, specials, and even traits into one category. Leveling up. That's right. Now when you level up, you're just given a skill point which you can put into anything, and that includes special stats. This is another case of streamlining it, to modernize it, to make it more accessible, to make it more fun for a broader audience. I'm not going to sugarcoat my words here. You're all old enough to understand this is just my own opinion, and it in no way, shape, or form changes the way you view the game. But I am not a fan of this. However, I've managed for more or less to keep myself in the dark about most Fallout 4 topics and issues. This isn't one of them. I actually know, especially personally, I know a lot of people who actually, they don't like this change, they love this change. And while I'm personally not a big fan of the change, I'm not blinded by that opinion. I do recognize that it does have some positive aspects, such as it does lay everything out nicely for you to see and plan ahead. It does encourage exploration, so you can level up quicker for, a particular perk. And finally, it allows flexibility on the fly. I never at any point felt like I was locked into a particular play style. If I needed to quickly change how I was playing, like have more stealth, make a more stealthy build, I could do that in pretty much just a single level up. Now, that's the positive. The negative is it's once again just that streamlining thing. Skyrim did it, in my opinion, and it almost takes away from the game's sense of identity, okay? That the franchise identity. Again, on its own, Fallout 4 is fine, okay? Look, No. I'm gonna be honest. I'm giving, this is, the whole point of the channel is to be honest. So I'm giving you my honest opinion, and like I said earlier, you're all adults. You're all grown-ups. You can, again, it's not gonna change how you feel, but I don't feel like I'm playing a Fallout game anymore. I feel like I'm playing another first-person shooter with just a tech tree or whatever. It looks like Fallout, sounds like Fallout, and all that stuff, but it's just a first-person shooter. It lacks that sense of what made Fallout good. Does that make sense? Again, Fallout 4 on its own merits, it's a good game. But when you start removing or blending things around, it loses what it is. No longer are you picking a stat, leveling it up, and the higher it goes in number, the better you get. Now it's just level up, pick perk, done. I almost miss the trade-off some levels came with. For example, in any other of the previous Fallout games, you'd get a set number of skill points per level, based on various factors, of course. But for the sake of this, let's just say you've got 17 skill points. Now, let's pretend you're running low on ammo, and while you do have a spare gun, it's like a minigun or something, or an energy gun or whatever, and it has plenty of ammo, but you've got no points invested into big guns or energy weapons. However, in front of you is an expert level safe. It might have ammo you need, but you can't open it. Now, you could spend all your points right here and now and invest in lockpicking and open that safe, but then you'd be left with no other points to invest in anything else. It could be a wasted level. You could invest those points half into lockpicking and half into big guns or energy guns or whatever. So, yes, you might not be able to open that safe. You might be able to find lower level safes to open, and if you don't, you've still got some points in big guns or energy weapons, so that maybe you're a little bit better. Or you could just level up however you normally would. Some points into small guns or stealth or hacking or whatever. Now, in Fallout 4, you just get a single point. That single point will instantly boost your luck picking to the next level, but I still feel it's lost that risk and reward, if that makes any sense whatsoever. That was the Fallout DNA, that was the Fallout personality, and now that is gone. Now it doesn't feel much like any other perk tree in any other game. I also don't really like being able to level up my special stats at any point. I know that sounds weird, and I know, yes, there was the intense training perk, or I fail to remember the other one from Fallout 1 and Fallout 2. There was another one like that one, but both of those had a hard limit. And heck, in many ways, this ruined the excitement of searching for bobbleheads for me. If I missed one, who cares? I'll just spend a level up and then get that stat that I missed. Who cares? You can max them all out. When it comes back to how I felt about Fallout 3, it sort of, heck, it even kind of ties back into how I felt about Skyrim. Maybe I'm old, and I hate change, but I'm sick of games becoming more lean and streamlined for the sake of to appeal to a more broader audience. You know what I mean? I hate the removal of numbers which show you exactly what the ability did, or what the skill did, or whatever, and how it all affects your character. This game, this Fallout game, is a victim of this issue. No more builds, no more planning, no more personality. Again, I know a lot. Okay, look, hear me out. I know a lot of people, maybe yourself included, love this change. I know each level up brings a rush of dopamine that always keeps you going, but I don't want that. I want it to be spread out. If everything is exciting, then nothing is exciting at the same time. Now, there was another thing I wanted to add to this, and while it isn't exactly what I would consider character creation, it still ties into stats and special, and that's skill checks. Now, in my entire 129.7 hour playthrough for this video, I only recall seeing a unique dialogue choice or skill check once in my entire playthrough. I think this is because they were mixed in with the persuasion check that Fallout 4 has now. I can't be sure, of course, but I'm 95% sure that's what it is. It's just kind of like been blended in. For example, I think Fallout 4 has its own base level persuasion for every single character. So let's just say that's 20%. But then if you have the Lady Killer perk, then you'll add something like 30% to persuasion. Now you've got like a 50-50 chance of persuading somebody in a dialogue choice. I think this was done with each perk. So, for example, if you've got a point in Robotics Expert, you might be able to bluff or intimidate a robot in the persuasion check. Does that make sense? It's not called like Robotics Expert and then, you know, the whatever it was. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not a unique thing for that unique scenario. It's just a broad spectrum persuasion check. The point I'm trying to make here is, I miss when the game straight up told you, you've got Lady Killer, so here's a special piece of dialogue just for you. Or, you've got lots of strength, so you can have a special piece of dialogue to reflect that. And if you didn't have those things, that dialogue option would have just never appeared. No matter what perk you have, or how high or low your special stat is, every single character can now persuade. Now, that can make matters better or worse depending on how you play, but this brings me into another slight issue I have, which is the quick saving in the middle of dialogue. So you can just sort of save scum. For those who don't know what save scumming is, it's when you fail something, you just reload an old save and then do the thing again until you get the choice you wanted. That's save scumming. You can do that in the middle of a dialogue, in dialogue, until you pass the particular persuasion you wanted to do. So, like, for example, here it is on screen. It's me trying to persuade Virgil, failing because it was a high persuasion check that I was probably never going to pass, but I kept quick saving, reloading. This is when I found out you could even do this. So this is me quick saving, reloading, quick saving, failing, reloading, quick saving, and then doing that repeatedly. I'll bet that wasn't a mistake in programming. I just feel like that wasn't a mistake. I think they might have done that one on purpose, but depending on how you feel, you may like it or dislike it, but it's there. Anyway, overall, I feel like there were some improvements in character creation, but as a whole, a lot of that soul and personality was removed, trying to streamline everything. So it's all it's accessible for everybody. I said this in Skyrim. A lot of people didn't like it. I'm saying it here in Fallout. I'm sure a lot of people won't like it. But like I said, you're all adults. It's my opinion. Yours is different, or maybe it's the same. Whatever. Let's agree to disagree. Anyway, as I say, you might feel differently. And I'm not attacking you. If you love the changes, more power to you, man. I just miss the unique dialogue choices and having limits on my character builds and having perks feel like what they are, a perk. A reward for reaching a particular level and a reward for going the extra mile and keeping with it rather than just leveling up. I miss the choice of having traits, which further added to a character's uniqueness. Heck, I miss Wild Wasteland. That could have been fantastic here in, Wild Commonwealth or something, you know what I mean? I miss being able to read exactly what my character is about to say. I guess it all boils down to 2 steps forward, 1 step back. That's how I feel. You're welcome to tell me how you feel. Again, I want to reiterate this. I do like Fallout 4 as a game. On its own, it's a good game. All these problems go away if you're not looking at the things that came before. But that sometimes is the burden of being in a franchise. You kind of look at the things that came before. That's it. That's all. That's all I wanted to say about character creation. Let's move on. The side quests in Fallout 4 are 100% where the game is at its best. From planning a heist on Goodneighbor's mare, to dressing up and acting like a fictional superhero to help stop crime. Heck, you can even board a submarine and meet up with a pre-war ghoul from the Chinese army. There is a lot to see and do, and you know how much I love seeing and doing things. Just not doing things without an ending. Preston! Actually, I say that as a joke, but I'm going to confess something to you. For a good four-ish real-life hours, I kept doing quests for Preston, for the Minutemen, because I actually thought that it was part of the quest line. I thought, once you reach out and spread to, each of the settlements in the Commonwealth or help them out enough times or something, it would help. I didn't know it was radiant questing. I didn't know it had no end. And while, yes, it is still true that it doesn't change the fact that... it doesn't change the fact that it wasn't radiant questing. Look, side quests are great. Radiant questing bad. I know some of you like radiant questing, but yeah, anyway. One quest I wanted to bring up is called In Sheep's Clothing. Now, for a quick bit of backstory on this one, Piper, the reporter in Diamond City, keeps saying that the mayor of Diamond City is actually a synth. And, well, spoiler, it turns out he is, which I honestly was expecting. Anyway, on one of your trips to Diamond City, you'll come across a group of people gathered around a guard who's been shot. It turns out the mayor flipped out, revealed he was a synth, and shot the poor fellow while Piper went up to confront the mayor, who has his secretary hostage. What you choose to do with the mayor is up to you. For me, I tried to talk him down, but that didn't work. Heck, for some reason his secretary attacked me, and I don't know. I don't know. Maybe she was on jet. Look, I have no idea what the heck happened there, but anyway, the quest itself is pretty darn good, and honestly, I would have loved a twist on it. For example, there's a woman, actually a lot of women people in the city have comments that the mayor's secretary is actually the synth because her hair is too perfect, among other reasons. But yeah, some people think her hair is too perfect, and yeah, she got surgery as well, but that's one of the other reasons. Point is, those type of remarks about her being a synth, it seemed like more of a joke. Like, why would you believe that to be true? Someone's hair is too good, so they must be fake. Do you know what I mean? I would have loved it if she was the synth and she was holding the mayor hostage. Maybe she was seducing him and influencing his changes, and that's why Piper became more suspicious of the mayor, because from her perspective, it seems like the mayor himself is making all these changes. Look, I don't know, maybe that's too formulaic, but I think that would have been pretty funny. Anyway, the actual reason I bring up this quest is because of an issue I had with it. Hancock, one of your companions, he is the issue. A lot of you will probably know where I'm going with this, but just let me talk about it. Hancock, the ghoul mayor from Goodneighbor, is actually the brother of Diamond City's mayor. Hancock will confess a ton of info regarding this as you get to know him more and more. In fact, like I said, it's part of his character story. In short, his brother did something bad and Hancock left. That's the broad strokes of it. The first time I did this quest, I actually had Nick with me. If I remember correctly, I think I was fresh off of Far Harbor, that's why he was with me. But regardless, I had him with me. Once the quest was finished, I wondered if Hancock would have some special dialogue or effect or anything on this quest. So I reloaded, redid it, and got Hancock, only to find that no, he doesn't. He says like one line about it, and that's it. That, like, he never brings it up again. At least I couldn't get him to bring it up again. Yeah, for some reason this made me a little angry. I was upset that he didn't talk more about it in the quest, or be like, wait, what happened to my brother? Like, you know, like try to get answers out of the synth or something. I don't know. I thought that the ramifications of this event would have an impact on Hancock as a character. Think, who am I thinking of? Maybe I'm not thinking of anybody, but no, I'm not sure why it upset me as much as it did, but I still wanted to bring it up. Let's talk about something positive to clear the air. How about a quest in which you find a serial killer in Fallout 4? Yes, that's right, you can stumble onto a serial killer and choose to help him or kill him. I actually enjoyed this one a lot. I'm not sure why, but I actually wanted more of it, to be completely honest. I never encountered it myself, but apparently there are random events or random moments where you can actually find some of his victims before stumbling onto the quest. So I never found one, and I was kind of hoping it would happen more often, like maybe a random event that could play out in raider settlements in which one of them is dead or something, and the others are scared or had run away. I don't know. But anyway, this whole thing gave me the same feeling as the Dunwich building from Fallout 3. And actually, speaking of, there's another location here in Fallout 4, which is just like the Dunwich building, and it's called the Dunwich Borers. My quick thoughts on that are, I did like it. I did like it, but it never had the same impact, you know? Especially after finding the location and seeing the name, all tension was just sucked out and I knew exactly what was coming after that. Still, it is good, don't get me wrong, but it never just, like, hit the same... It didn't have that same impact as Fallout 3, you know what I mean? So, I'd like to ask something of all of you. What did you think of the Dunwich Borers? Did you play Fallout 3 first and were kind of like me, like you just kind of had it like sucked out? Or was Fallout 4 your first experience with the Dunwich moments, I guess you could say? And then did you go back to play Fallout 3 and then like that one was the lesser, you know, it didn't have as much impact because you played Fallout 4 first? I'm super curious about that one. That's like one of those... I know like a lot of YouTubers are like, hey, tell me your thoughts in the comments below, but now I'm like genuinely interested. Like to me that's interesting. Seriously, it's kind of like the Skyrim, where I was like more curious to see if people who played Skyrim first liked its Dark Brotherhood over Oblivion's and vice versa. So there you go. Anyway, like I said at the start, Fallout 4 side quests are fantastic. There are plenty of them that I never even brought up, like a ship crashed into the building, like a historical ship. By the way, I love that quest. That was really cool. Or another which sadly bugged out for me, but I already had the twist spoiled for me, so I knew what was going to happen. It was what was the name of it? I can't remember the name of it. I'll put it up on screen. It was the one about the Cabot family. I won't spoil anything for anybody who hasn't played it, so you don't get the same spoiler I did, even though the game is, you know, older at this point. But still, those of you who know the quest, you know what I'm about to talk about, but my whole quest bugged out, and I was completely unable to enter into his house for whatever reason. So, I do know what happens in the quest, but yeah, I couldn't actually experience it for myself. Still, like I said, once again, side quests in Fallout 4 are probably where a bulk of your fun are going to come from, and I mean, that's how I felt about it anyways. So, there you go. That's side quests in Fallout 4. Let's move on to the music. The music in Fallout 1 was great. The music in Fallout 2 was great. The music in Fallout 3 was... Hang on, let me check it. Yep, it was great. The music from Fallout New Vegas was grat... Oh, wait, sorry, no, that was a spelling error. It was great. And big old spoiler alert, but the music in Fallout 4 was... Say it with me now. Great. I've said this before, and I'm gonna say it again. I'm always gonna say it. I'm no musical expert. I know what I like, and I like what I hear in this game. Inonzo did another fantastic job composing the music for this game, and should be proud of himself. It's Venzo. You know what else is Venzo? The licensed music. Yet again, surprise, surprise. I'm not gonna go into detail. You already know it's good. However, I want to add a bit of a twist in this. Much like with the side quests, I want to get your opinion on the music, but not about all the music. I want to hear your opinion on one particular thing that I've heard over the years. Maybe you haven't heard of it. Maybe you have. Maybe you know exactly what I'm talking about. But I even found a mod for this at one point. It's the song The End of the World by Skeeter Davies, or Davis. I'm not sure how you pronounce that last one. Could be wrong. What's the deal with people and this song? Did I miss something here? I have heard so many times people hate this song, and the mod that I spoke of earlier was to actually remove it from the game. Is it a meme? I don't get. I don't get memes in general, but is it a meme or something? Did I miss something? I don't know. I like the song. Actually, I grew up listening to this song, so I like it. But hey, you know, to each their own. Whatever. Let's just move on. 2 companions! I like the companions in Fallout 4. They're still as dumb as my pet rock at times. But I like them. They have... they're more fleshed out. They have a... How should I put this? They have a better friendship leveling system than Fallout New Vegas. My complaints with the companions in Fallout New Vegas have been addressed here. You now slowly earned their deep passion for you through the actions you take. If you steal things, kill innocent people, huff and puff on Jet to keep the shakes away. If you help people, ask for more money for quests, hack terminals, do lockpicking, so on and so forth. Each companion has their own love, like, dislike, and hates. And me? I love that. Some of this is trial and error, of course, and other times it's as clear as day with each person. For example, Hancock, yet again, he's addicted to Jet and other chems, so, hey, just like No Name 2. And, of course, he's gonna like it when you
slow down life and really take in the moments that matter. You know what I'm talking about?
This is exactly the type of companion friendship leveling up I was talking about in Fallout New Vegas. Is it simpler? Yeah. But is it actually what I wanted? Yeah, this is exactly it. There is, of course, more to them than just that. You can also romance them, which I think, aside from Skyrim, might be the first time in a Bethesda game, because I know you could do it in Fallout 2? I think you could, like, lay with the farmer's daughter in one of them or something like that. I don't know if that really counts as romance, but hey man, I'm down for it. I'm down for romance. I love romance in games. I couldn't romance my true soulmate, the Mariner. Damn you, Bethesda. Damn you to hell. This was their plan all along. They created the company in 1986 before I was even born. They made a ton of games in the following years, and when the time was right, they executed their attack, and they made the most breathtaking Fallout go, and it didn't even make it possible for her to be a companion or romanceable. They just did it out of spite. Damn monsters. That's it. I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to have to resort to this type of punishment. But you know what? Screw it. They forced me. Should you play Fallout 4? No, never. It's Bethesda's worst crime against me and that's ever existed. In fact, you know what? I'm ending my YouTube channel right now. I'm moving to a remote island to spend my days contemplating the existence of life, love, and chocolate milk. Is the glass half full or half empty? What cow does chocolate milk even come from? Do I actually have milk? I don't know. All right. I'll stop my terrible joke. Jeez, where was I? Hang on. Let me scroll up through the script. Where was I? Romancing. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Oh, shit. All right. Oh, yes, it's true. You can have romantic relationships with whatever character here in Fallout 4. Well, with some of the characters in Fallout 4. I did it with Piper here. I just to test it out. I didn't actually have any complaints about it at all. But what I did find annoying is before Piper, I maxed out friendships with Preston, Hancock, and Codsworth. Not really Dogmeat. I don't think Dogmeat counts. Especially not for this. I had the choice to romance both Preston and Hancock. I didn't do this, but they refused to take a no for an answer. Each time I passed by them, in my settlement, they'd strike up that final conversation over again, like it never happened, giving me another chance, to romance them. I don't know if that's a bug, but it got annoying, especially when I had to talk to them for some reason. They'd always strike up that conversation first, and I have to skip through it and get it over with before I moved on to whatever it was. Like Preston, for example, I actually stopped doing the settlement quests because you have to report back to him every single time, and every single time I reported back to him, he was like, "Oh hey, so the last time we were talking, you didn't click the flirt choice, so do you want to click it this time?" I don't know. Anyway, that aside, what does romancing actually do? Well, it lets you crank Careless Whisper instead of E1M1. That's what. That's what it does. You know what I mean? So, okay. Now you've woken the neighbors after a whole night of blasting Careless Whisper on repeat. What happens now? Well, you get an experience buff, of course. What did you think was gonna happen? But no, seriously, that's what you get. At least, I'm pretty sure that's all you get out of it. I could be wrong. But with friendship and romance out of the way, let's talk about each companion just super quickly. Companions. Again, I guess? So, you've got Codsworth. He's a Mr. Handy robot from the intro of the game, and I assume the tutorial as well. He's pretty good. He's no Eddie, that's for sure. Can't shoot lasers or anything. Oh my good. Okay, alright. I take back what I said about the Automatron DLC. Damn! Alright. Yeah. Alright. Cool. Good on you, Codsworth. Damn. Alright, well, Codsworth, best companion ever. Let's move on to Dogmeat. Dogmeat is... well, Dogmeat's Dogmeat. There's not a whole lot to say about him. No real story. He has no likes or dislikes. Still, I want Bethesda to add my own personal Dogmeat ideas. I want Dogmeat to have some sort of Children of Adam outfit, if that's even possible, and maybe he gives off a little bit of light radiation, and maybe possibly glowing in the dark. Maybe his nose glows or something like that. I don't know. Am I asking too much? Yes. Do I care? No. Bethesda can do it, and they owe me for the whole no romancing the Mariner issue, so there you go. Listen, Dogmeat is fine. You can't really hate Dogmeat. I had him for, honestly, most of my runtime, and he sort of, but not really, makes up his lack of story and friendship by having his own unique perk. I honestly think they could have done more with this perk. I think it just boils down to him pretty much grabbing enemies, but I'm pretty sure he does that anyway. Anyway, he also had a nasty habit of running away from me anytime I wanted to give him items to hold. He knows. He bloody knows. He also got in my way a lot of times. A lot of times. He would just stand in doorways and... I know you can tell them to go away, but... Anyway, up next is Handcock. I've brought him up a few times now, and I think you already got the idea of his character. He loves chems, he loves to help people, he's a ghoul. That's about it. I also love his outfit, by the way. Almost as good as Raoul, but it just doesn't have that Venzo flair. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. Nick Valentine. Now, Nick is... how do I put this? I think Nick is the game's most fleshed out companion. He has a ton of story, tons of dialogue about random things in the world, which the companions actually do. They will talk to people or bring up locations, bring up quests. It's actually really good. But I think he has the most of those. He also has like conversations with people, like I said, he pretty much has an entire DLC surrounding him, sort of. He has it all. I like Nick. What I don't like about Nick is he totally bugged out for me at the worst possible time. Yes, that's right. When his story mission just completely bugged out for me. There it is. In fact, he got stuck in a loop in that for a long time. I couldn't access him, and he did eventually break out of it, but I couldn't talk to him about the story. I don't even know if it actually ended. I don't know if it actually... Yeah, he just acts like it never happened, so I actually have no idea how his story ends. That aside, is he a good companion? Yeah, he is a good companion, and I definitely think you'll like Nick Valentine. Piper is another fleshed out companion. She's a feisty reporter gal from Diamond City who wants to uncover the truth about everything and root out any bad people and bring them into the light. I didn't think I'd like Piper at all that much, but I did eventually warm up to her, especially as I progressed through her like little storyline. Again, I'm not going to try to spoil all of these for you. I just won't. I still wish her story was a little more fleshed out. This may have been a result of having Nick around as my last companion, but I'm not 100% sure. I just wish her story was just a little bit more fleshed out. I'll just leave it at that. The next up is everybody's favorite settlement-loving friend, Preston Garvey. He's a beacon of Commonwealth justice and compassion. He's always willing to help out the little guy and forever protect settlements, and I do mean forever. He is most likely your second companion. So Dogmeat is probably gonna be your first companion. Preston will probably be your second. However, I strongly believe that's where his impact on the game really ends. Maybe it was just me, but I always felt like I felt like Preston as a companion is kind of forgettable. You know what I mean? Like, even his story, I don't think, I don't know, like, he talks about, like, yeah, okay, I'll talk about it. He talks about something called the Quincy Massacre. And Quincy is a place in the game. And if you do take particular companions there, they will have particular dialogue about it. But I kind of wished that's where his story was heading, in a way. Like, he'd be like, you know what? We've done good in the Minutemen. Let's go to Quincy and take it back. And then it turns into a settlement, sort of. Look, I don't know. Maybe that's what does happen somewhere down the line. I don't know. But I just wish he had a little bit more. Which, I mean, he's just forgettable. It's a bit of a shame, because he is the butt of every Fallout 4 joke. Even I know that. But that's it. That's all I kind of feel about it for him. So, yeah. Anyway, that's actually about it for the companions, at least for me. I did find other companions like McCready, which sadly, even though his name is a bit of a spoiler, I already know who he is before I even found him, which was a shame. I also found Strong, Ada, which is the DLC companion from Automatron, and Longfellow. But I totally forgot about them, if I'm honest. In fact, while talking about Longfellow, while I did have him on a few of my adventures, specifically around Far Harbor, I never knew he actually had a story or you could do anything with him. I honestly thought he was a companion kind of like Dogmeat. No story outside the time you meet him, no real opinions on anything, no likes or dislikes, none of it. But when I was looking up companions for this script, I did learn, in fact, that he does have all of those things. So oops, I guess. Aside from those 4, there are other companions I didn't encounter, such as Kate, I think that's how you pronounce that, I could have it wrong. Curie, I'm gonna screw this one up, probably. X688, I hope that's correct. Dance, and Deacon. Now, I did encounter Porter Gage as well in the Nuka World DLC, but I killed him. I don't even remember where he was, but I guess I killed him. As for X688, Dance, and Deacon, as you might have been able to tell from my story, I got kicked out of the Institute, so no X688. I got kicked out of the railroad hated me for going to the Institute, so I guess no Deacon, although I do know about him appearing all over the place, such as Goodneighbor, and that was fantastic, by the way. When I first noticed it, I was like, oh, whoa, wow, you know what I mean? Like, that's really cool, you know? Anyway, as for Dance, I'll touch upon him just a little bit further, but since the Brotherhood of Steel, it completely bugged out for me, the broad strokes of it is, I couldn't get him as a companion. That's just how it was. I have picked up Curie before. I really liked her. But I totally forgot about her in this particular playthrough. And as for Kate, if that's how you pronounce it, I've never actually seen her before. I don't know where she is. I mean, I know now where she is since I looked it up. But yeah, I've never picked her up. I don't know anything about her at all. So yeah, sorry. The game has fantastic companions. I wish I spent more time with them, but the truth is, after 129 hours, I was kind of burned out, and that added in with, I think it might not have worked with all of the companions, but the way I was sort of progressing their friendship meter up or whatever, I was doing settlements. I was doing a lot of settlements for people, like helping out settlements, but because Preston kind of, again, I hesitate to say the word bugged out, but because he kept bringing up the, hey, do you want to, like, knock boots with me? Every time I encountered him, I stopped doing settlements, thus I stopped kind of doing companions. I had fully planned out on maxing out each and every one, but that compounded with the fact that I couldn't get Deacon, Dance, or X688, I just kind of tossed the whole idea out the window. I'm sure I could have console commanded it, but that's just not how I roll. Still, overall, they are fantastic additions to the game, and I do hope they continue doing companions like this in future games. I want them to feel like their own person. I want them to have their own likes and dislikes. I want them to, I want them to be able to wear items I give them, or guns or whatever, and I want to be able to romance them, or at least have the choice. The only problem I think, especially that I can think of now, that I had with them was stealth. Now, I never played the game fully in stealth. I would try to, like, sneak up to, like, a raider base and then, like, try to get a stealth kill as my first kill, just to, like, thin out the herd a little bit. After I get the stealth kill, I'd run in there guns a-blazing. But my companions, how do I put this? My companions often would blow their cover just by running in guns blazing before I was even ready. So even though I was in stealth, they'd be like, look at that raider over there, and then just take off running. I don't know. That's the only issue I had about it, though, about companions. So overall, I did like companions in Fallout 4. So let's move on to settlements. New to Fallout 4 is the ability to build settlements. The first settlement you'll get to build in is your old home, Sanctuary Hills. You need to provide people within your growing community with the necessities of life, such as food, water, a bed to sleep on, defenses against the harsh world, and if you can provide the people with those things, they'll slowly become happier. Now, that's all good stuff so far, but what else can you do? Well, how about building pretty much whatever you want, wherever you want? as long as you build it within the settlement boundary, of course, and it's under the build limit. You can build homes or forts or pretty much whatever you can think of. I think this is where settlement building really starts to come into its own. However, this is also where a lot of the issues, especially ones I had, started to rear their nasty heads. I personally had a whole host of problems with placing objects. Like, I couldn't, like, it just wouldn't let me place them even though I had the materials. Scrapping objects, snapping objects together, and one of, if not the biggest issue I had was pathfinding. Now, truth be told, I had a whole bunch of things I wanted to say about settlement building, but at the end of the day, it boils down to this. It's alright, I guess. I asked all of you your thoughts on settlement building, and it seems a lot of you kind of agree with me. But even with a lot of you agreeing, there are a lot who dislike it, and I get that. Believe me, I really, really do. I found myself becoming frustrated with a lot of the mechanics in this. It's neat that you can... It's neat what you can do, but personally, I think for me, for their first outing with this particular feature, I guess you could say, I kind of wish Bethesda toned it down just a little bit and relied more on cookie-cutter settings, if that makes sense. For example, just repairing and upgrading set objects within the area. And what I mean by that is, imagine Sanctuary. You'd repair the houses that are still standing, maybe add attachments to them and make it modular, so to speak, so they snap into place on the already built house. I think something like that would have helped with pathing issues and other various bugs with settlement building. And as for the blank spots where you remove broken homes, you'd get the chance to place your own building down, another building. Think Skyrim's house building system. And yes, I hear you, doing something like this would have removed all the creativity, but I'm not 100% sure Bethesda was ready for just such a leap forward. The result is something cool, but also something a little broken and janky. Like I said, I had a lot of weird bugs and issues, and maybe that was just me, but still, the build limit is also something that can screw you over, especially in Vault 88. They gave you an entire cave system to build in, but never enough of a build limit to really have fun with it. Yes, you can build great things, but from what I've heard, a lot of these things are thanks to the help of mods. Another weird choice that I want to bring up is food, of all things. Let me ask you, how many of you just have mutafruits in your settlement? I'll go ahead and say a lot of you. It gives a solid point to food in your settlements. The other food choices don't do that. Why? Why would you not let me just have the freedom to pick carrots or something? I have to place down 2 carrots or corn or whatever just to get the effect of a single mute fruit plant. That I don't know. Look, settlements are good. Building is fun. You can make a lot of wild stuff, but at the end of the day, it's still a little hollow. You know, it's shallow. You could really build cool houses with all sorts of things like TVs and couches, paintings, and a non-functioning toilet. But it has no effect on your settlers. A TV doesn't make them happy. More decorations don't make them happy. Being able to poop in a non-functioning toilet doesn't make them happy. Placing down weight benches and soon, everybody will love you for doing that. This brings me over to another issue I had, which is their happiness. It's weird. It's really weird. I spent hours trying to make them reach 100% happiness. And the hoops I had to jump through were wild. I did get that 100%, but I'm not kidding you when I say I swear it was pure luck and nothing else. I followed guides. I did everything they said to do. I had 20 people, all the things they needed, but for no reason whatsoever, they just start getting upset. I couldn't fix whatever the heck they were upset about. Then I'd go over to another settlement with just 2 dudes, a few mute fruits, and a few weight benches, and a dog, and their happiness was at 80%. So I popped on over with Piper, hung out for a bit, you know, playing some Dungeons and Deathclaws, and all of a sudden, I just, you know, I went off after that, you know, went off adventuring, and boop, I got the little achievement. I was floored. I have no idea what the heck they were so happy about, but man, I wasn't complaining. I got that 100%. I don't care. Settlements are good. And I admit, I did sink a lot of time building things. Well, look, I didn't build anything amazing. I'm not that creative. Still, I had a good time overall. Is it janky? Yeah. Could it be better? Absolutely. Does it need mods to actually be good? Yeah, at least from what I can tell. Does any of this actually matter if you are enjoying yourself? No. If you love settlement building and pimping out houses and all those things, man, go nuts. Go crazy. You know, have fun. Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta get back to building June's Love Shack. I was debating on whether or not I should put any of these subjects into the video. Heck, I didn't even know where to put them if I did, so I created this little odds and ends part, and I'm just gonna talk about a few things that I didn't feel had a place anywhere else. First is skill books and bobbleheads. Returning to Fallout is bobbleheads. You know them, I know them, we both love them, and that's it. That's all I had to say about bobbleheads. Skill books, however, have gotten a sort of makeover. They now give a more unique perk that can stack the more of the skill book you collect. I like this. Some are ever so slightly pointless. For example, hairstyles and settlement building objects and tattoos. I kind of think that you should have just had 100% accessibility of these things from the get-go, but what do I know? For the most part, I do think these books are fantastic, and I personally love collecting them for their unique art on the cover. I really like the art and all that stuff. It's fantastic. Next up is power armor. So, in truth, I actually had a whole section dedicated to this subject, but it came across far too negative, long-winded, and I honestly hated how it turned out. So I'm just gonna boil it down to the essentials. I like the power armor in Fallout 4. They're good, they feel good, they're a great addition all around. No longer are they just some armor you slap on, they're full exosuits. You get into them, they're powered with special items. I like all of this so far. What I didn't like were how many of them they were. It almost ruined how special they felt. While playing, I started collecting all the ones I found. I was gonna do like this whole little joke about how many I could find, but after the numbers started to climb higher and higher, I found myself just rolling my eyes. It was no longer a joke at that point. I thought it was going to be a total of like 10, maybe 15 at max, but from what I could tell, the number of power armors in the game can go as high as 54. The number changed from each website, but I went with 54 because it was the highest number I found. If that is true, that's way too damn many. I mean, there's less parts for them, if that makes sense, but that like exosuit, apparently there's 54 of them in the game. So if that's true, that is way too damn many. I can't imagine what the heck you would even need that many for. I'm sure there's a reason. I never found it. Most of my time playing the game, I never even used them. Again, that is to say I don't like them, I just never used them. So overall, they are good. I have my issues with them, but they're fine, and we'll just leave it at that, okay? Next up is a new feature to Fallout 4, and that's legendary enemies. I do love the idea behind this. Oh, by the way, legendary enemies did appear in Fallout New Vegas, I believe. Could be wrong on that. I'm pretty sure they appeared, but I didn't bring them up, but I really did like them. Anyway, I like the idea behind this. They're essentially regular enemies. They've been buffed to be stronger than normal, and when they're killed, they drop a special weapon or armor that gives a special buff. That is awesome. I encountered a lot of them in my playthrough, and I do mean a lot of them. Maybe far too many. Still, I do like the addition. Look at all this stuff that I have. That's a lot of stuff, and I'm playing on like the easier mode, so normal mode, not easy mode, normal. Anyway, one tiny fear I have with this is Bethesda spreading it to all enemies. I 100% do not want Fallout 4 to become one of those, or any future game, to become one of those like looter-shooter type games. You know the type, the ones that are like Borderlands, in which you kill an enemy, see what loot they drop, and find a gun that has slightly better stats than what you're using. I know some love that system. I don't. It's got its place in games like Borderlands or Diablo or whatever, but when it starts to creep into other games that have never had that thing, that's when I start to get a little bit upset. As it stands though, I do like legendary enemies as they are. Something else I want to talk about is something that I love and something I hate, and that is the new weapon and armor upgrading customization feature in this game. I love being able to upgrade armor and weapons, especially when it changes the looks of those things. That's cool. It's cool to have like a scope appear on a gun. It's cool to see armor change color or whatever. I love that. And I do think that this is a fantastic addition to Fallout 4. And it's great, but it does have its downsides. And I think the downside affects armor far worse than guns. You see, armor is now more or less modular, which is great. It's fantastic. I love it. I love swapping in and out armor pieces. I think that's great. However, the only way to do this is with particular clothes. For example, the Vault suit or this outfit that I had early on in game. You can add armor to those, but then for whatever reason, you can't with other clothing options, even if they've got like no defense stats or anything like that. That's where my hate comes into play. Now, don't get me wrong, I understand why it is the way it is. If you can put armor on everything, you'll become overpowered, but I just gotta say, who cares? What does Bethesda care if I'm overpowered? Who cares if my Minutemen General's outfit has a high base damage resistance and I just want to add more to it? It's my game, it's my single-player game. I'm not hurting anybody, so yeah. It might boil down to something like clipping issues and things like that, and yeah, that sucks, but I want to wear a hat and glasses and whatever shirt I found and add modular armor pieces to that shirt or outfit. You know? In fact, I know this is gonna sound weird, but I also wish you could turn them off, because some of them, they can look kind of bad, and then when you see your character, you kind of look dumb in cutscenes, but again, maybe for the millionth time, maybe it was just me. Maybe I'm the only person who feels this way, but I still wanted to bring it up. I know a lot of those things sounded negative, but I just want to say it once again. I do like all of these things. I like the customization, I like the legendary enemies and power armor and so on. I like it all. I just think a lot of these things could have been improved upon. And my only hope is Bethesda takes these little suggestions on board and makes the next Fallout game, or Elder Scrolls game, or the upcoming Starfield better than what came before. That's all I'm trying to do. Now, the last thing in this section I wanted to bring up was my mod. Yes, that's right, I actually learned from Fallout New Vegas, and I installed a mod for Fallout 4. Don't worry, it didn't break any of my rules, it was just simply for convenience sake. The mod in question is called Load Accelerator. I don't know what the deal with the loading screens are in this game, but man, they were long. It was long going into a building, but worse going back out into the world, which makes sense. Sure, it was maybe anywhere between 12 to 15 seconds, but if you slowly start to add that up, it gets bad. Load into the start of the game, 12 seconds. Load into a room, 12 seconds. Leave a room, 12 seconds. Go into that building and explore, 12 seconds. Leave that building because you forgot something, 12 seconds. Fast travel back to your base, 12 seconds. Fast travel back, 12 seconds. Go back into that same building, 12 seconds. And leave that building when you're done, 12 more seconds. Do you see what I mean? That's already 1 minute and 48 seconds of loading, if my math is correct. I tried everything to fix the problem because I know it's not my computer. I searched for hours trying all sorts of weird and strange fixes and nothing worked. However, something that kept appearing over and over and over and over and over again in my search was Load Accelerator, that mod that I have. I tried putting it off, I really did, but after New Vegas, I wasn't going to have something else ruin my game, ruin my fun, or ruin my videos, so yeah. And I got the mod, and boy was I glad that I did. I can't imagine how long it would have been waiting in loading screens over my total playtime. I mean, it would have been bad. Heck, I'd wager I'd almost refuse to explore because it would have gotten so bad. And in fact, I did. I stopped going into buildings and places because I knew I'd have to sit in the loading screen, wait, and then eventually exit and sit in the loading screen again and wait. Again, I know that 12 seconds at the low end is not that long, but it adds up. It feels long, you know what I mean? But anyway, that's it. That's all the random stuff I wanted to talk about, so let's move on to bugs. You'll be happy to hear my exposure to bugs and glitches was minimal in my playthrough. I mean, yeah, some of them were pretty bad bugs, like the Brotherhood of Steel being unable to complete quests or whatever, but a lot of them were just NPCs doing weird things, textures loading in or slow or not at all. One of them, it was a pretty bad case that I got stuck in dialogue. I mean, look at this. Just look at it. This goes on forever. If I could play the whole damn clip for you without inflating this time, I absolutely would. It is long. It went on forever, and I had to crash the game to escape it. And before you ask, no, this isn't the only time that happened. I also had an elevator that never stopped elevating? I guess? It just kept on going. Another one was I couldn't loot some enemies in Far Harbor for whatever reason. Even though I'd like move the mouse around over them, it's like they weren't even there. That actually happened quite a bit, actually. Another one was where my cursor kept detecting my companions, even though they weren't around. That one was weird. Having an NPC fall through the world and being unable to interact with him. There was also another one where a car vibrated too much next to me and killed me. That one was pretty funny, actually, but it was still annoying. I also had a lot of T-posing skeletons. Not sure why I had so many, but I did. I'm not sure if this counts as a bug or a glitch, but I'm gonna put it down here anyway. What's up with the drunk vertibird pilots? Those guys, they're nuts. I'd hear them exploding all over the place. I genuinely can't imagine Bethesda looked at that and was like, perfect. It works flawlessly. I mean, again, maybe this is normal. Maybe this is a bug. I have no idea. But it was weird. It happens so often. They're so drunk, man. Oh well, anyway. The final one is the big bug, the Brotherhood of Steel. I won't go into depth about it, but while on my adventure, I found the quest with Paladin Dance, and I did the quest with Dance. I went to meet with the Brotherhood of Steel, and that's it. That's the entire quest. It broke after that. I couldn't interact with Dance. I couldn't trigger the next cutscene with Elder Maxon. Nothing. I tried to use console commands in advance, but that just broke the quests even further, so I had to reload and just accept my fate. And like I said, if this was on a console, like PlayStation or whatever, this would have been game-breaking, so I just gave up on using console commands. I have no idea how common this is. I honestly didn't see much or many people talking about this, so I assume it's pretty rare. So, lucky me, I guess? But that's the Brotherhood of Steel. I'm not going to go into further detail. It just bugged out. That's it. I also had 11 crashes in my entire 129-hour playthrough, and that's all I have to say about bugs. So let's just wrap this currently 4-hour-long video up, shall we? Oh. Fallout means a lot of things to a lot of different people. Over the years, people have argued back and forth which game is the best in the franchise. People, without question, are very passionate about Fallout. Still, the fan base at times can feel split. Very split. For me, it makes talking about it a daunting prospect. I feel this the most in Fallout rather than the Elder Scrolls franchise. I felt if I liked Fallout 3 too much, I'd be hated. If I hated it too much, I'd be hated. And I felt if I did what I ultimately did, which was look at it from both sides, I'd be hated. I felt that way about each and every single Fallout game. Specifically, Fallout 3, very much New Vegas, and Fallout 4. However, I have always stated, and I state it clearly, that no opinion of mine will ever change yours. My opinion shouldn't change yours. You are special, you have your own personal likes and dislikes, and they'll be very different from mine, the person sitting next to you, the person 4 houses down. Yours will be different, and I want it to be said clearly, I 100% do not hate Fallout 4. Fallout 4 is a good game. It's got solid combat, the best combat in the whole franchise, solid animations, graphics, music, and a lot of people spent a lot of time, and they're very passionate people, making this game. And I respect the crap out of each person who worked on this game. I couldn't do what they do. However, while I do enjoy this game, I have spent a grand total of 310 hours playing it. I still, after all that time, found myself mixed. That may sound strange. How can I like something, but at the same time be mixed about it? That doesn't make sense. On its own merit, the game is good. The story brings it down for me, but overall, I said it's good, and it is good. The story doesn't bring the whole thing crashing down. I struggle to pin down my feelings. I have since Fallout 3, but after all this time, I think I might finally understand those feelings. And this might get a little bit weird, so bear with me, please. Bethesda has always had the Elder Scrolls franchise. Over the many, many years, they've made tweaks and changes, but for better or worse, it stayed consistent. I mean, sure, stuff has changed, and I won't go into it, but for the sake of argument, let's just say things have stayed consistent. The reason for that is, simply put, that's all they've known. The world is theirs, and always has been. Over time, it's been passed down, but it stayed theirs. Fallout isn't theirs. Fallout grew from the minds of others, and Bethesda bought it. The world isn't theirs. Its ideas, themes, locations, plots, and so on aren't theirs. So when it came time to make Fallout 3, they mimicked what they could and changed things to fit their own storytelling ideas. Now, that alone isn't a bad thing. Plenty of games have changed hands over the years and have been massive successes. Take a look at God of War. It started out as a fast-paced, gore-filled hack-and-slash game with a guy whose only emotion is constant rage. People loved that. And then they changed it. Some will say for better. Others won't. However, they are both praised. People love them. Each side of the God of War coin has its fans. Fallout 3 it's the same thing. It became Bethesda's Fallout. That isn't bad. Fallout 3 on its own is a fine game, and I had a great time with it and probably will going forward. However, it upset a lot of people, and that is understandable. I ultimately came to the realization that they're two different games. Fallout 1 and 2 are their own thing, and Fallout 3 is its own thing. It wasn't a sequel to Fallout 2, especially the one that I was hoping for, but it's the one that I got, and I accepted it. Fallout New Vegas came along and slapped down an Uno reverse card, grabbed me by the shoulders and screamed, "I gotcha!" and into my ear and slammed my head on the table. Alright, maybe it wasn't that extreme, but you get what I'm saying. Fallout New Vegas was the Fallout 3 I was hoping for. It was exactly what I was hoping for. It blew my mind back in the day, and it did it again recently. Sure, it was broken, but it didn't matter. And then Fallout 4 came along. It wasn't what I was hoping for. It wasn't what I was expecting. It was the exact same feeling I had back when I played Fallout 3 for the first time. I felt it then, and I feel it now. Fallout 4 is, if the name wasn't a dead giveaway, is 100% a sequel to Fallout 3, Bethesda's Fallout. It was my own fault for not seeing New Vegas for what it was, a spin-off, a special once-in-a-lifetime event for the end of the original 2 games, a final goodbye. Fallout has changed. It isn't the Fallout of years gone. Fallout ended. But it isn't something to be sad about. You shouldn't dwell on what you lost, but remember what you had. Fallout 4 isn't what I wanted. It's what I got. It's a good game. It's fun, modern, and so on. I don't hate the game at all. Would I spend over 300 hours playing a game I didn't like? Heck no, I wouldn't. I would have booted it up, played it, felt it was garbage, and returned it, or, if I went past the 2 hours, never played it again. But I didn't. I played it, and I continued playing. Yes, I never finished it the first time around, or the second time around, but that's just down to my own dislike of the story. It has nothing to do with the game itself. I loved exploring. I loved talking to the characters. I love the Mariner. The Mariner. Bethesda's Fallout feels off because it isn't trying to be Fallout 1 and Fallout 2. It never was trying to be those things. It's new, and it's my fault for thinking that I keep trying to compare it to Fallout 1 and Fallout 2. It's not those things. The game means so much to so many people. It brought so many new fans to the franchise, and heck, if it wasn't for that, maybe some of those people would have never, ever touched a Fallout game that came after or before Fallout. I consider myself a Fallout fan. I always have. It's okay to have mixed feelings about the franchise. That doesn't mean you're not a fan. I want to say what I said about Fallout 3. Fallout 4, in my eyes, was great. Flawed, yes, but great nonetheless. Should you play Fallout 4? Yes. Celebrate Fallout. Celebrate it in all its forms. The old school originals, Fallout 1 and 2, Bethesda's 3 and 4, or the insane thing that happened, and it's amazing it even did, Fallout New Vegas, because I know I celebrate those things. Fallout is fantastic in all its forms, for better or for worse. And Fallout 4 is no different. Before I finish up the video, there is something I wanted to say, and I want to spotlight a few Venzo people. Family Dog, Ben M, and finally, Ina the Khajiit, and I hope I pronounced that right. Pronouncing words wrong is my specialty. Have you ever seen my Morrowind video? Oh, anyway, these wonderful people are the first to join my join button channel. They joined They joined something. They did a join. That's right. If you missed the news, I have a join button. I'll always give you lovely people a shout out for anybody who does join, and most likely fail at pronouncing each and every one of your names. It's what I do best. Look, I'm totally happy. Hang on. Whew. Let me backtrack just a sec. I am totally happy with a like, a comment, and of course, assuming I owned both of those things, it blows my mind that anybody watches these videos. I truly, I know a lot of YouTubers say it. I know it's been said. I know it will always be said, but truly, if you can't join, don't worry about it, man. For real, seriously, don't. I'm not putting pressure on you or anything like that. Seriously, if you the only way you can do any sort of support, if that's what you want to call it, leave a comment or a like, but only if you feel like I've earned those things. Okay? And if you do feel like I've super duper earned it, feel free to join the group channel. Whatever the heck it is people join, the lone group. I don't know. I might have to come up with a name for it. Anyway, thanks again for you three, Khajiit and Dog and Ben. Ben's just Ben. Ben refuses to be put into a box. You can't stick a label on Ben, man. So thank you. Thank you once again. Seriously, it blows my mind that anybody's even joined so far. So there you go. Woo! This is future Lycan here, the editing Lycan. Well, technically it's still the present Lycan for you, but for me it's the future. Time's weird. Okay, never mind. I come bearing a message from the future, present. The future present. I've come bearing news. The news is, there's two things actually. The first one is, if this video, at least in the editing, felt different, it's because it was. I didn't. So much happened during the making of this video. It was like absolutely cursed. My computer pretty much died. I lost a ton of stuff. A hurricane went through. A lot of things happened. But the computer issues still persist. It hasn't actually been totally fixed. And anytime I went to go and do something while making this video, like editing-wise, it completely lagged out the program. I don't know what it is. I think it's just the program, but I couldn't fix the issue without once again losing everything, so I didn't want to do it. I just sort of I did my best to make what I could, and this is the result. So who knows, maybe you'd like it without the little dude appearing all the time. I don't know, but that's what happened. That's why at the beginning it was much more consistent, and then as it went on, it became less consistent. The second thing I wanted to bring up is, because this video took so long, I don't know what's next. It will be the 1K celebration video, that I know. There'll be the comment, you can react to that or ask a question or whatever. After that, I don't know what's next. I got Brotato, I got the Super Mario Brothers, the 1993 film, 94, whatever it was. I got that one in the pipeline as well. And then there's Starfield, which has dropped as of today for me, which I'll be playing as soon as this video is all uploaded and everything. I'll be checking that out. But the video on it will be way later, so don't freak out when you don't see Starfield appear in your feed. At least from me. Starfield's going to appear in your feed, in your YouTube homeline, in your YouTube page thingamajig. It's going to appear there from everybody and their grandmothers and your distant relatives. It's going to appear, Everyone's playing Starfield. There you go. I'm pretty much going on a media blackout of it. I honestly don't know anything about Starfield, to be completely honest with you, so there you go. That'll come out, but much later down the pipeline. So don't freak out. I'll get to it eventually. And that's it. That's all I wanted to say. This has been a cursed video. Cursed. Absolutely cursed. Anyway, take care. Be safe. And I'll see you when I see you. Peace out, pals.